I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
This is a story all about how /Gmail got turned upside down. Poop Creed Odyssey in the corner purple. To sit on my throne as the cow burns away.
Why, hello there, ladies, gentlemen, friends from beyond the binary. We are live on twitch.tv/NDD20. Is that cringe yet? That feels a bit cringe. Welcome, everybody. Hiss, welcome for Tier 2, 17 months. Thank you, Hiss. I greatly appreciate that. Can we get some love and chat for the lovely Hiss Lizard? Buddy, thank you. This is a... Wait, hold on. This is a story all about how /Gmail got turned upside down. Assassin's Creed Odyssey in the corner, purple, to sit on my throne as the cow burns away. Hiss. It was alright. 5 out of 10. Chat, I've got a glass bottle of Coke today. I'm living it up. We're living at large today. I do have a Pepsi as well on the other side of the desk, but right now I've got an ice cold Coca-Cola out of the glass bottle, which is fancy, right? Yeah. Last week we got a meal deal from Tesco, so it's not as fancy as it sounds. Basically, you can buy like a main, a dessert, a side, and then included is a bottle of wine, typically. But for non-alcohol drinkers, I suppose, they offer some glass Coke bottles. So I got some of them, because neither of us really drink wine. So yeah, we got that last week. They've been sat in the fridge. They do taste better. I don't know what it is. I can't get over how much Tesco sounds like a gas station. I'm not going to lie, Winterfall, until you said that. I've never made the connection, but it makes so much sense. When will there be the Porsche in the background? Oh, no. One Coke glass bottle at a time, Betty, and then we'll eventually have a Porsche. I just imagine Coke and Pepsi sat watching your stream, and Coke points at Pepsi and goes, haha, not today, Pepsi. Not today. How are you, Biscuit? Welcome on in. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. Make some time. Welcome. Let me scroll up in chat and make sure I don't miss anyone. Ruby Memoria, welcome. Pear, welcome. I won't be in chat today. I have an in-person retreat for work all morning. Have fun, everyone. See you in the VOD. Pear, see you in the VOD. I'll try and make sure to say goodbye later. Ninka Maya, hello. Ruby again, hello. Oliver, hey, Oliver, welcome. Hiss, Crit, Quetza Alma, Asik, Minzukai, Cypher Zero, Koji Man, Lemon, Andrew, Rio, Dallas, Subject Panic, Terrible T-Rex, Chat, T-Rex thought they could get away with this off stream. Last night, when T-Rex was enjoying the VOD, T-Rex did this. I'm going to replay the alert.
Grab
Boom.
your shield and sword, raise them high, and welcome.
Buddy, you thought you could get away with it, did you? You thought you could sneak that in there. Not on my watch. Not on my watch, T-Rex. Buddy, thank you very, very, very much for the incredibly generous 10 gift subs to Majestic, Siffy D, Pixie Layer, Carlaro, or Karilaro, sorry, Sin Iron Wolf, Crazy Kazooie, Zarius010, Misty306, Lund James Zvalkor. Welcome on in, everybody. Courtesy of the one, the only, The terrible T-Rex. Buddy, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. That was quite a surprise to wake up to, I'll be honest. Anyway, let me quickly scroll back up and chat. T-Rex, hello. Lovely to see you. Thank you again. Betty, hello. Halcyon, hello. Seabass, welcome. Lazy Rico, hello there. Dirthon, Cat, Tangent, June Hopes, Umemi, Winterfall01, Make a Stay Pod, Defunct, Fantastic Biscuit, Armo, Asterin Whitethorn, Madam Faith, Yuri _15, Palo GK. Good morning, afternoon, evening, ladies, gents, and non-binary friends. Palo, I like it. I like it a lot. Kelsey Lulu, welcome back for 2 months. Lovely to see you today. Thank you for 2 months of support. No resub message. I like it. I like it. It's succinct. It's quick. Thank you, Kelsey, for 2 months of support. I really do appreciate it. Death Warmed Over. Hello, buddy. How are you today? Welcome on in. Rembisu. Hello. Oh, damn. I didn't see when, but apparently someone gifted me a sub. Thanks to whoever that might have been. Rembisu, welcome on in. I'd love to be able to tell you who it was. I've got no idea. I've got no idea, but enjoy. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Enjoy the emotes. Oh my goodness.
Airborne Yike has just tipped 50. You probably thought I missed the big news because I wasn't around yesterday. But I watched the VOD. Congratulations to you and MRSD20.
Airborne, I thought I was going to have to break the news to you tomorrow. I'm not going to lie. I was also planning a Patreon thing. Buddy, thank you so much for that generosity. I really, really do appreciate it. Bless you for watching a 14 VOD. I really do mean it. Can we get some love and chat for Airborne, please? Buddy, that is incredibly kind of you. Know that your words alone mean the world to me. There's no need to donate, okay? No need to donate, young man, but I really do mean it. Not only to yourself, but anyone here who's offered love to us. I really, really do appreciate it. We went through the VOD last night and read all the comments in chat. And as I said on Discord, we had a good cry as we cradled one another. It's going to be a very tumultuous up and down about 8 weeks. In about 8 weeks' time, if we're all good, I'm gonna be on top of the world. Right now, it's like I'm on a seesaw where I'm like, I'm so happy, I'm so scared, I'm so happy, I'm so scared. That's how I am at the minute. So right now, I'm in that happy bit. Maybe by the end of stream, the other side of the seesaw would have tipped up again. Airborne, buddy, genuinely, thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. And again, you are one of many in chat who's been on this journey with me for a very long time. You know, you were here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm trying to think about when I played certain games and how many months it's been. You were here when we got Lunar, I believe. So you've witnessed a lot in my life, you know, through the lens of Twitch, as of many of you here. And getting to share more of that with you guys, you know, hopefully, you know, in 9 months' time, I have even more good news to share, and we'll be able to show off our first child, hopefully, fingers crossed. Trust me when I'd say I'm crossing absolutely everything. Just after, I was going to say it was around that time, wasn't it? Nonetheless, you know what I mean. But Airborne, thank you, buddy. I really do mean it. And thank you for being here, and thank you for not only the support now and the very generous donation, but all of the support you've given me since then. I really do appreciate it, man. 3 years almost. If not 3 years at this point. Thank you, Airborne. Genuinely, buddy. Let me quickly scroll up, because I've missed so many people. I'm sorry, guys. Scrolling up. Naughty, hello. Rambisu, hello again. Hiss, welcome. Fantastic Biscuit, Asik, Floating Fat Man, Xaviax, Koji Man again. Erastosar. Erastos R? I'm guessing Erastos works, or Erastoser. Erastos, it's gotta be. Dank Dragon, welcome. Cat Tangent, hello there. Hiss, hello again. Sen, fancy, right? Miasma, welcome. How are you today? Welcome on in. Glass Bottle, Life of Luxury over there. What can I say? I just imagine Coke and Pepsi, read that. I'm so far behind here. Crater Gaming, hello, Crater. How are you? How's life? How are the vinyl? I'd like to hear all about it. Rick Starian, hello. Lovely to see you, buddy. Welcome on in. Cubic Pete, welcome. Sign, hello, how are you today, Sign? Hopefully you're doing well. Congratulations on getting your Dark Knight to level 90, by the way. All the best wishes, family D20. Watched the VOD back this morning, and we'll be crossing all my hairs for you. Thank you, Betty. I really do appreciate it. Ike, hello, welcome. How are you today? Hopefully you're doing well. Trasto, hello. Yeah, stream. Hello, everyone. Thank you for making my work days bearable. Trasto, I feel like we've only known you for what? Has it even been a week, Trasto? I like your energy. I like you quite a bit, Traisto. You're a good person. Armo, hello there. How are you today? PT, welcome. Betty, hello again. ET, good afternoon. It's Kate, good afternoon. Shoybox, good afternoon. Madam Faith, good afternoon. Terrible T-Rex, welcome back for 4 months. Oh my
Indeed
goodness.
Love, I get to hang out today.
Hey!
Congratulations once again at Indid20 and Mrs. D20. I'm so excited to see you guys go on this new journey. Indeed
Buddy,
love.
Thank you so much. It's going to be one that, again, I'm going to be very excited to share with you all. It's as I said, it's nerve-wracking, as it is incredibly exciting. And I think, yeah, I've done a lot of Googling. I've been trying to sort of like, not find therapy online necessarily, but try to find stories and, you know, other lived experiences of other people who have gone through the journey we've gone through, where we've had the pregnancy, lost it, months down the line, got it back again. Because I keep getting like, I don't know if PTSD is the right word, but I do keep thinking about the last time. And again, I don't want to dwell on it too much, but, you know, I'm a storm, a tempest of emotion, which I know sounds dramatic, but I can't think of another way to really describe it. Like, there's so much going through my head, and it's kind of unbearable at times, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Mrs. D20 is the same. I'm not alone in that, of course. Cheery Nose, hello, welcome. How are you today? I missed the first couple of Endwalker streams. How have you been liking old Charlian and Thav there, Andy? Cheery, I've been loving it. It's so good. It's so good. I'll touch on it more in a second because I got some things to say. Erudite Ember.
Wonderful news. Hope everything goes well.
Buddy, Erudite Ember. I really do appreciate it, buddy. Not only the 11 months of support, but the support you gave me yourself after what happened in March, the messages you sent me, I mean it, hand on heart, helped more than I can ever fully comprehend and actually verbalize. So, buddy, thank you so much, not only for, again, the sub, but more so for the love and embrace that you provided me in that time. So I really do appreciate it. Skull, hello. Alma, hello. How are you today, buddy? Is it Alma or Alma? I always say Alma, but I feel like that's a weird accent to put on it. It's Alma, isn't it? Why am I saying Alma? Anyway, moving on. Alma, how are you today, buddy? Welcome on in. Andy, I'm so glad you're here. One of my streamers I watched before you came online had a bunch of flat earthers and moon landing deniers in chat. Oh, no. Grav, don't worry. Don't worry. I believe in spherical things here. You're all good. We'll look after you. The Smangler, hello. Sad Squared, welcome. PT, hello again. Here's a Seek. Chaos Draken, good news. The heatwave may be breaking. Bad news. There's a code orange thunderstorm warning. Oh, Chaos. That is horrible. Good luck, is all I will say, buddy. Hopefully it won't impact you too much. Fingers crossed. I'm not very educated on this. Assuming the first 8 weeks are the more risky ones. The first trimester is like danger zone. Big danger zone. We're still very early on, and I've mentioned this yesterday, but the reason I've announced it so early, most people wouldn't, is because obviously last time we waited and we were like 10 weeks almost. And it was then that I had to reveal what had happened, and I felt awful for it. So I thought, get it in early. It should be better overall for all of us that way moving forwards. June Hopes, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gift subs. I greatly appreciate that. Let's not do a repeat of yesterday, because chat, after stream yesterday, my brain may as well have exploded. I had a headache. I felt mildly sick. Like, I watch back my VOD, and some of you are going to be like, Andy, come on. But like, I didn't bring the energy. I was just so drained from, I think, the announcement at the beginning of stream that by the time the mayhem that happened at like the 3-hour mark happened, I genuinely felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. It's such a blur to me. So, thank you everyone for yesterday. I mean it. I still cannot comprehend the words to try and describe my emotions from yesterday, but thank you so much. I really, really do mean it. I don't know what more I can say. Just know that my heart is full, and you've made me feel so incredibly lucky and privileged to be able to, you know, provide you entertainment, which is such a strange way of putting it. I'd like to think it's more than that, but, you know, for a lot of people, I know it is just entertainment, but I know there's a section of this community where we are, you know, it's more than just entertainment. It's sharing our lives, essentially, you know, to an extent. Greetings and salutations, everyone. Senpai the Jedi, welcome. How are you today, buddy? Welcome on in. I started working ahead on my discrete math homework for next term. Starts in a week, and boy howdy, does it get complicated quick. Tea Leaf, welcome. I think you should throw one in chat and see if I can figure out how to answer it. I don't know. I'll be honest, I've never really thought about my screen name out loud. I guess it's something like Erastos? Erastos. Or Erastos. Yeah, okay, Erastos. I'm on it. I'm on it. Shyster, hello, how are you today? Chromatica, welcome. Insomniac Potato, welcome, how are you today? I've been watching VODs for a bit, but I think the first time I caught a stream live was Friday. Thank you. The energy in the stream and chat is great. Tracer, that's amazing to hear. I'm glad to hear that, buddy. I'm glad to hear you've gelled well. My sister also miscarried her first child to be. She and her husband now have 2 beautiful girls. One of them just had her 4. Oh, T-Rex, my heart swells when I hear that. That is fantastic. And I know it'd be weird to say, but if you ever see her, your sister, your nieces, send my love. Send mine and Mrs. D20's love. They'll be very confused. Who? Who's NDD20? Mrs. D? What's going on? T-Rex? Who are these people? But know that we send them our love because, you know, I don't know. I can't comprehend anything. Andy, I did a lot of that Googling. If you guys have any pregnancy support from a random internet stranger, I'm happy to help. My babies are nearly 2 and nearly 4 now. Biscuit, you better believe I might be coming your way very soon. I'll tell you that. Dividus, welcome. How are you today? Lovely to see you. I've got lunar hairs flying around the room, chat. It's because I've got the fan on. Thing Makes, hello, how are you today? Welcome on in. I can't wait for a bit of rain, not even a lot of rain. We've had a lot of rain this morning, and it's been sublime. Now that we've actually got a garden to look after, and plants need watering, and we've got some flowers, we've got some hanging baskets we brought the other day, you know, we're on a water meter, right, to save money. So when it doesn't rain, I'm like, oh, I wonder how many pennies I'm having to spend to water my plants. When it rains, it feels amazing. And I described it to Mrs. D20 the other day, which made me very aware that I'm chronically online and a gamer. I said to her, oh, it's like Stardew Valley, it's raining today, which means I don't have to go water the crops. And she looked at me for a minute, and I looked at her, and I said, I do realize how sad that sounds. Genuinely, chat. Like, I've never had a garden before, right? So I've never had to, you know, I've never looked at the rain and thought, get in. Don't have to water my plants today. It's great. We've got some tomato plants out back. Again, we've got some hanging baskets. We also got a climbing rose bush thing out front, which is great, but again, needs a lot of water. I also feel this way. I hate watering my garden. I'm so happy when I don't have to forget to do it. It's great. Intervention incoming? Wait a second. Andy, good morning. Well, afternoon. I don't know what it's like where you are. It's afternoon. It's 2... That's my phone. Hold on. It's 2 something. 2:24 in the PM. Specifically 14:24. We're going to go by the 24-hour clock. Yes, perfect. La Luna, welcome. How are you today? Quantemic, hello. We're not going to fight Quantemic. I've got ice-cold glass Coca-Cola bottle. You can't see it, but it's got condensation dripping down it, and it's amazing. Victoriously V, good morning. How are you? Welcome on in. Mornay, hello. Where is Tea Leaf? Have you posted the... I don't even know how to paste one of those in chat for my phone. They've gotten so cryptic. Okay, Tea Leaf, all good, all good. June Hopes again, hello. How are you today? Pinderweeb, welcome. Definks, or Daffnix. Shit, not Definks. Daffnix. Hi, everyone. Welcome. How are you today, Daff? Lovely to see you. What are we talking about? We know the Earth is banana-shaped. Could you imagine? We're just in a big dome. Hello, everyone. I've ordered myself a PS5 for no particular reason. Definitely not going to play the small indie game Final Fantasy 16. August, enjoy, buddy. Enjoy. You deserve it. Out of anyone I know, you deserve it. Especially after having passed your examination? What would you call it? I don't know the exact word you used to describe it, but after you pass with flying colors in your latest schoolwork? I don't know. What was it specifically, August, so I don't get it wrong again? We want justice. We want Thunderdome. I've never had a proper garden before, but I've been considering getting some potted spices, such as basil, for cooking, and I don't doubt it'll be comparing everything to Stardew as well. Trace, I was in the same boat as you up until about 8-9 months ago. We've only ever had, like, a tiny sort of concrete slab of a garden that I could literally, like, put one arm to one side of the wall and one arm to the other side of the wall. That's how big our garden was before we moved. Where we are now, we moved into a house which was owned by a couple of, you know, lovely older people, about 70-odd, and they'd cultivated a garden over the course of, like, 30, 40 years, and we've inherited it. And I tell you what, it's amazing. It really is. It brings me a lot of joy to get out there and just sort of, like, trim the hedges back, water the plants, mow the lawn. But what you're suggesting about getting some spices and stuff, great idea. And I think you can do that with relatively little space. You can buy like those proper like outdoor, thin, slimline greenhouse things, like the plastic covers. Look into it. I tell you what, you'll get an immense sense of satisfaction from watching something grow. We've got a couple sunflowers out front which were like this big a week ago, and now they're like, and I tell you, it feels great. It's amazing. I grow some herbs on my windowsill. That's cool. What ones, Crater, out of interest? I've always wanted to grow like proper spices and chilies and stuff, but with the Luna, I can't really grow them at like in the garden necessarily. I need to get like a raised planter or something. Kairos, same. Yeah, same. We've got a few out back which we didn't think were going to grow because they were in like a shaded area, but they're looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. They do, don't they, Shocrates? Welcome, by the way, buddy. Hopefully you're doing well today. I do have some decent space. What I lack is the gardening skills. Trasto, hey, I'm living proof that you don't need them. I've had to learn and adapt, and it's going well for me. I've got, as I said, some sunflowers. I've got some tomato plants going. It's going well. It's going well. So all you need is a bit of YouTube, you know? I was discussing this weirdly with my neighbor, of all people. You know, that back in the day, you know, if you want to find out how to garden, you got to go to the library, get a book. You got to find a gardener and be like, how do I garden? Whereas nowadays, if you're like, oh, I want to grow some herbs, go to YouTube, go to Google, you know, how do I grow herbs? And there you go, you got it. If you grow stuff in a glass of water, you can call yourself a hydroponics botanist. Dapper Sloth, I like that. That's going to go on my resume. We have a small field of lilies out back, and this year most are taller than me. It's been wild. Wow. I can't even keep a cactus alive, so I'm not attempting to garden at my house despite having my own yard. Dallas, I believe in you. I reckon you can do it. Put your heart to it. Some of my plants were really having a bad time from the heat. I had 2 Labradors growing up, never got a ripe vegetable out of the garden. Oh no, rocket clock. Oh, buddy. We're so lucky that Luna's not that fussed about them. Which, chat, talking about Luna not being fussed about things, if you have a look in the pets channel on Discord, I let Luna outside last night to go toilet because, you know, it's what dogs do. And she ran over to one side of the garden and just stood there. And I'm like, what? Are you okay? Is everything? So I go out there and have a look. And there's a bloody hedgehog. Not bloody literally like it was covered in blood. I'm more using the British use of bloody. There was a hedgehog. And I was shocked. I've never seen a hedgehog that close before. Never had a garden to have a hedgehog. And he was just chilling. Luna didn't bother him. She just was looking at him. And, yeah, I got her back inside. I just watched him for a bit. And then he was just trudging along and disappeared. Yeah. I only get squirrels? We get squirrels too. Squirrels are pretty cute. Pretty cute. We've got some robins. We've got some sparrows. We've got some blackbirds. One of the, like, baby robins, hand on heart, I've not mentioned this, flew onto my shoulder when I was sat out there the other day. And I didn't realize what it was. And I went, you know, because I felt something on my shoulder. Mrs. D20 saw them land. I went like that and shook. And it jumped off down next to me. And it was like a proper little baby robin. With like all his little tufties and fluff coming off of him. It was really cute. It's great. I tell you, love it. Love it out there. It's done a lot for my mental health, I tell you, just being able to sit in the garden and listen to bird song and stuff. I've had a kookaburra in my yard a few times. That's awesome. I realize I've crossed the threshold into, I don't know, being old, because God, I love bird watching from my garden. I don't go outside the house and do it, but like in my garden, I'm like, oh, that's a robin over there. They must be nesting in that bush. Oh, there's a little sparrow searching for some food for its young. Like, I proper get into it. It's nice though. I've got my little, for people who don't know, do I have any minis up here? No. People who don't know, I play a lot of D&D. Which is going to be appropriate coming into a topic I want to talk about in a minute. I play a lot of D&D, and I'm painting miniatures at the minute, and I've got like a nice little area. Wait. August has the golden kappa? How the hell did you get that? I don't, Chocobo. I'd love to get one. That's a great idea. That is a great idea. We get foxes checking out our bins from time to time. Dapper Sloth. Same. I've never seen foxes before, but where I live now, I see them quite often down my road. And I run in the evenings, at like 8, 9 p.m. And I came down the road the other night, and there were 2 foxes. A little kit, and I guess the mother fox. I love it. Absolutely love it. I've seen capybaras in front of my house once. Trasto, where? Don't dox yourself. My God, where do you live to get capybaras outside your house? That's amazing. Desert Fox Monster, hello again. I've been watching you via YouTube for some time. I was able to watch live on Friday finally, and had to watch yesterday's VOD via mobile. I'm not around electricity during summer very much, so congrats on the pregnancy news, Desert Fox Monster. Thank you very much for the very kind words. Thank you for enjoying the YouTube stuff. Every time someone mentions it, I still can't quite comprehend it, but thank you everybody for, watching the YouTube stuff. There's so many of you here, I think, have joined from YouTube. More he's coming down the line, promise you. I know, Gorshan, I know. Good morning, Andy, and everyone. Terrelyn, good morning. How are you today? Lovely to see you. Hopefully doing well. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're having a lovely day today. My other catty Tyr caught a lizard and it reared back and bit her on the nose? Oh no! Yumemi, was Tyr okay? Love the name, by the way. Love the name. I'd love to know where the inspiration for the name came from, because when I hear Tyr spelt like that, I always think of Warcraft. Amgoat, hello, how are you today? Welcome on in. August is literally the only person on Twitch with that. Oh, it's when you are part of a level 10 hype train. Was that yesterday? Did we hit level 10? I don't know. We must have done, right? PidgeX. Yo, Andy, I'm heading into the VODs to catch up on the MSQ. Enjoy the stream. Hey, PidgeX. Enjoy the VODs. Have a lovely time. Thank you for being here. Zerpup. Yeah, I binged all the YouTube videos and caught up on the streams yesterday. Zerpup, welcome. Thank you for enjoying the YouTube videos. Wow. I'm blown away. Much prefer YouTube, but wanting to catch you live? I get it. Here's the thing I'm dealing with at the minute, and I kind of alluded to it yesterday, but I'm in a much better headspace today to talk about it. YouTube is kind of like... Now, bear with me here. This is going to be a weird analogy. YouTube is kind of like an Instagram, where you can curate your best pictures, where you're looking your best, right? That's YouTube to me, where I can cut the best bits of my VODs and give them to you on a platter. Like, here are the best moments of my stream. The stream itself, you get all the ugly, boring bits in between. And, that's maybe a bit... I've never done YouTube, right? I've been doing it for a month and a half. So people joining from YouTube, my stress and worry is that people are going to join in and be like, damn, the bits between the good bits are kind of shit, So I'm very nervous about that. Oh my god, sandwich... Sandwich man
just tipped 50. Hey Andy and other gamers. I just wanted to say that I think you all are cool as heck. Congratulations on the big news. Wish you two the best of luck. Ended love.
Ended love. Hey, Sandwich man, thank you very, very much for the very generous £50 donation. I really do appreciate it, buddy. Your support and your love and the kind words you've provided, Sandwich man, since I've known you, which relatively is such a small amount of time, have meant the world to me. So thank you. But please, no more support from yourself or anybody else. So dare you, Sandwich man, know that it will go into the baby fund. Any excess money from what we had from this month, because we'll definitely have excess because of yesterday's support and your incredible generosity and care, is going to go into its own little baby fund and seal that away for a bit. So thank you, everybody. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Sandwich man. You're very, very kind and very supportive. I really, really do appreciate it. I can't remember what I was saying. I'm so, lost. Also, fellow YouTube watcher coming from there, watching you on Twitch as well as helping me stay sane. You're the first person I've ever followed on Twitch. I hope that comes across as a big compliment. Shoybucks. That does come across as a big compliment. So much so that I feel like I'm not worthy. That's incredibly kind. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying your stay, and hopefully I can do that honor justice. Nova, good afternoon. How are you today? Welcome on in. A baby fund. Oh, hold on. Scrolling up. One on the way. Now you're buying one. Chocobo, listen. Yeah,
I thank you for your continued pledge to the night.
It is what it is, buddy. It is what it is. Yes, she's online, buddy. I'm trying to get it in now. I'm trying to get it in now.
Support? I don't live by the rules.
Contemic, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. No more support from now on. That's it. If I could turn off subs and stuff, I would. No more. Yeah, everyone in here is pretty much subbed anyway. There's no need for more subs, okay? No more. Moving on. Let me scroll back up, because I'm missing so many members of chat. Our neighbor's cat would grab bats out of the air until she... Grab bats out of the air? Oh my goodness. The beauty of working from home. Andy on the TV. Akira, enjoy... Wait, enjoy me on the TV? That sounds weird. I take that back. Tyr is fine with the lizard. The name is derived from Norse. Oh, okay, that makes way more sense, you Memi. Way more sense.
Raise them high and welcome.
I thought maybe a fellow Warcraft fan? Maybe? Thank you for being here, you Memi. Dank Dragon again, hello. What is going on here? Hiss, thank you for gifting a sub to Dapper Sloth. Hey! It's Furret. Look at the tippy taps, chat. Look at the tippy taps. So cute. So cute. Thank you for that, Airborne. I really appreciate it, buddy.
Raise them high.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Do Not Tell Me What to Do. Okay. I'm just not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. We're going to move on. I'm not going to mention subs. I'm not going to mention bits, donations. I'm just... If I don't mention it, nothing will happen. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Airborne. Thank you, Hiss. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the welcomes. I've really enjoyed your stuff. Love seeing someone so into the lore and stuff. Helps me too. I have dissociative identity disorder, so I forget things that are hard. Then Endwalker especially was hard, and to this day I do not remember much. So I can't wait to watch your journey. Desert Fox, you're welcome to join us for as long as you would like. Hopefully I can do the game justice, and we can have some good time with it.
You heard it, guys.
Wait and see.
No more support.
Okay.
I repeat, do not sub. Do not donate. Hashtag reverse psychology.
No, Cloud, don't do that. Someone said it yesterday, and I don't know if they were joking, but that really stuck with me, because I was like, what do I say that isn't then perceived as reverse psychology? Like, don't... Okay, if I said do sub, then people are going to be like, yeah, okay, buddy. Cloud, thank you for the tier 2 for 4 months. I greatly appreciate it. How are you today, sir? Lovely to see you. Hopefully doing well. August, thank you for the 6 bits. I think I'm caught up now, chat. I think I'm caught up. I think YouTube and streams are fundamentally different experiences, and they're both worthwhile in different ways with different vibes. 100%. I prefer the boring bits too. I prefer how more natural and genuine the stream feels. Cypher, okay, I get you. I get you. Okay. Monk, welcome. Lovely to see you today. How are you? Chat, stop redeeming. ND promotes himself. It's not going to happen. I need to play the game. It's been half an hour, and I got some things I want to mention. Zelf, or Zell, FF14. Zell, how are you? Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. Hopefully you're enjoying the YouTube videos. Lovely to see you.
Shield and sword. Raise them high.
Eka_we
to the night.
Or EKA. I sound like the guy who introduces EA games. EA Sports. It's in the game. EKA_we. Welcome. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, buddy. I greatly appreciate it. And Skinny, thank you for gifting a sub to Arathia 1. The OG Arathia. Thank you, Skinny. I greatly appreciate that. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you ever so much. Remember EA Big? I don't. Don't try out with all this chatter. I do have. I'm gonna have a sip of my glass Coke bottle. We're living the lush life now, chat. I can watch an 8-hour stream of you just corking and theorizing and researching. Erastos, you're being far too kind. Once again, who's paying you to say these things? Thank you, Erastos. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I've got some amendments of theories I came up with yesterday. Yeah. I love being here with the community and with you, Andy, here on Twitch. I also have watched your Endwalker trailer reaction maybe 25 times. Dace, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. We crossed the 2,000 subscriber threshold, by the way, chat, over on YouTube, which... How did that happen? How did that happen? I've got some amendments, Terralyn, yeah. Yeah, one which I'm a little bit embarrassed about, which I'll touch on in a second. Oh yeah, Andy is about to test the talisman and nothing of consequence will happen either way. Talking about the talisman, when we were sailing over there... Oh, who's this behind me? Hello. When we were sailing over there yesterday with Nidana, and I mentioned, why can't we take it? I think the message was deleted, but I did see it before it was deleted. Someone was like, oh, it will have no effect because you're immune already. Which I get, but it was more the fact that... And I guess it's just like a visual cue to let us know what's going on. The talisman emitted like a bubble around the wielder, and I wasn't sure if we would be able to, you know... Even though we ourselves are immune, I thought the talisman would still work, right? Surely our immunity doesn't negate the fact that the talisman would work. Maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe that was a spoiler that I accidentally saw. Who knows? But yeah, I wondered if maybe we could have just taken the talisman and seen if it would have created a bubble, and if it did, it would be good. But I imagine there are, you know, there's issues with that, right? Where maybe I couldn't truly tell its efficacy. right? I think that's just for visual effect, but that's what I mean. Yeah, Mio, you've beaten me to it. That's like the issue, isn't it? Like, I could maybe see the bubble around me, but I wouldn't know if the bubble was actually doing the job it intended to do. So, what I'm trying to say is, I hope that wasn't a spoiler that I read. Was that... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Nothing beats human experimentation. Right, I gotcha. I think it's more to test how effective the bubble is, not just that the bubble is there. Yeah. I gotcha. Hold on. I'm still missing members of chat. Sorry, guys. Andy, about to test the talisman. Doing good, thanks, boss. Not sure if you saw the first message, but I just got to have a 3-hour call. Oh, monk. Go have a lunch break if you haven't already, and treat yourself to something really, really nice. You've earned it. I played WoW from 2007 BC era to MOP, then went to SWTOR, then 2017 started my FF14 journey. 2 weeks after Stormblood dropped. Umemi, that's amazing. I have very fond memories of playing Warcraft. Such fond memories that, and again, this is a great segue, such fond memories of Warcraft that I've allowed it to cloud my judgment. Chat, I would like to make an amendment to one of the theories from yesterday regarding whether or not... Why can I not remember his name? Varshan? No, Varshan. I said yesterday, I theorized that Varshan could well be none other than Vritra. The reason for that is I play a lot of Dungeons & Dragons. And I play a lot of World of Warcraft, or used to. You know, I played it for 15 years. And it's commonplace in Warcraft for dragons, specifically dragon aspects, to have a humanoid form. And in D&D, metallic dragons have the ability to become humanoids. Not necessarily just humans, but take on a more humanoid form as a way to integrate into societies. I went back through and had a good look through the encyclopedias. There is absolutely no moment in the history of this game where that is applicable to Final Fantasy XIV. The only instance I could kind of come up with, and it doesn't make any sense, is when Estinian, you know, conjoined, I guess, with the eyes of Nidhogg, was able to become Nidhogg, and then Nidhogg/Estinian was able to become Estinian again, and then that, like, hybrid form of the both of them. I know it's not D&D, floating fat man, that's what I'm trying to say. Hey, bear with me, alright? Bear with me, you're jumping the gun. So, I took that. I took my knowledge of D&D, and I took my knowledge of Warcraft, and I kind of applied that to Final Fantasy. So, do I think Varshan is Vritra? No. I think I'm going to go back to my original theory that Vritra lies somewhere within the Tail Mountains or elsewhere in and around the Tail Mountains further east. I don't know what's happened there, Thur. No idea. And my guess is Varshan instead is almost like, not a bodyguard necessarily, but almost like an intermediary between Vritra, and I imagine at this point Vritra must have like a rather substantial brood somewhere that's being kept secret, maybe by the Satrap. And I imagine Varshan is like that emissary between Vritra and the world, I suppose, to an extent. So that's my updated theory on Vritra, Varshan, and so on and so forth. The only other instance in the game where there's been humanoid dragon, sort of like a connection between the two, where a humanoid has become a dragon, is the Elezen, who are the descendants of the knights back over in Ishgard, the same knights who absorbed the power of Ratatoski's eyes. They were able to, when I don't know if it was whether they touched or imbibed it, but when they imbibed dragon blood, these descendants of those knights, 12, were able to then become dragons. But it's never gone the opposite way, where a dragon has assumed the form of a human. In the same way it works in, say, Warcraft or D&D. So I think I jumped the gun on that substantially. Thing makes, yeah, you beat me to it. You beat me to it. Are you saying that Vritra is very horny? I mean, maybe? I don't know. I can't say yes or no either way, right? Flavindi, yeah, exactly. So, you know, I've looked through the Encyclopedia Eorzea trying to find any connection. There isn't. So I think I allowed my D&D Warcraft brain to sort of take over, right? Yeah, Saniko, correct, but it didn't work in the same way, right? Like, Shinryu was its own being, and much in the same way we saw Estinian become Nidhogg and Nidhogg become Estinian and then become that, like, hybrid form of one another. It's two beings becoming one, as opposed to one being shapeshifting, right? Again, metallic dragons in D&D do it. Most of the dragon aspects in Warcraft do it. We even spoke about Rathian yesterday, right? Rathian, for people who've played Warcraft, is a member of the Black Dragonflight. And he starts out as a whelp, and then the next time you see him, he's a grown man. And then he can transform into a dragon on command. So, again, I got a bit carried away. I think that's the situation. Varshan is some sort of emissary between Vritra and us, potentially. And I think the reason behind the extended look at Estinian's spear was out of fear, not for themselves, as I'd imagined, but instead fear out of what Estinian might do if Estinian were to find the location of Vritra and their brood. And again, the only reason I know Vritra is relevant in this expansion is from the cinematic. I have no other reason to believe otherwise, right? And seeing as we are venturing... Is that someone with a Ysel cosplay over there? Hey, Airborne, enjoy. I was really tempted to play the demo. Really tempted. Speaking of, that's something I've always wanted to try and pull off in a D&D game. Possessing a dragon's body with magic jar. That'd be awesome. I'd love that. Yeah. So I'm scrolling up here. I understand your lapse. Dragon shapeshifting to humanoid form has been such a staple. Even at the time, I remember chat was a bit like, what? But yeah, for people who aren't familiar with me, I lived and breathed Warcraft for, 15, 16 years. So that makes sense to me, as it does in D&D as well. There was a plot point back in my last D&D campaign where I had a little human miniature and a dragon, and they were the same person. Anyway, that was the reason. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to talk about is I wanted to discuss Amon and Fandaniel and talk a bit more about what that means for Fandaniel as a character. Because, as we understand it, the original Fandaniel died at some point. I don't know when or where, how, but they died. I imagine, and I mean, it makes sense, right? That Amon, as we knew them, was possessed of a shard of Fandaniel, given that he was a sundered Ascian, as opposed to an unsundered, like Elidibus, Lahar, Breya, and Emmet Selk. He must have possessed one of those fragments, one of these splinters, as it were, of the original soul of this Fandaniel. I don't know what importance the original Fandaniel had, where they were when they died. It most certainly wasn't us responsible for killing the original Fandaniel. That's for sure. I haven't had the time yet, chat, but I remember we've had conversations with Emmet about the fates, the jobs, etc. of the other Ascians. But for the life of me, I could not remember anything to do with Fandaniel. None at all. As everyone in the convocation, Fandaniel is a title. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Yes. I'm sorry if that's not clear. When I say the original Fandaniel, I'm talking about the person who, held the title, right? And whoever that was, who was a member of the convocation, would have been sundered as an unsundered, like Emmet, Elidibus, and Lahar Breya. Do we know that we didn't kill him? Never in the story it's been explicitly stated that we have killed the original Fandaniel. Unless I'm mistaken. But I don't think so. But yeah. Be careful with the questions you ask, by the way, chat, because some of them, there's a couple of people who have asked questions in the last 10 minutes who have asked questions in the past, which have later then been indicative and point towards a plot point coming later down the line. Close to the ground. Not yet, if you can believe it. Not yet. Soon. Soon. So be careful the questions you ask, because I know there's some people who like to, almost like push me in a direction, right? Flavindia, maybe. I don't think they're all in there. I've definitely not seen all of them. Also, even if something is already told and forgotten, it becomes a spoiler again. Yeah, to an extent, Rando, exactly. Exactly. Individually? 5th? I thought it was the 5th. I'm checking. Hold on. Was the 5th the... 5th might be in my brain because I've been thinking about the Calamity of Water. Let me double check. Oh no, of course. 5th Astral Era. So it would have been the 4th Calamity, correct? Oh no, is it the 3rd? 4th Umbral Era. Going from the 3rd to the 4th. Yeah. I always enjoy how funny Daniel's mannerisms connect with Amon being the theater boss. Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? It's only one action to body snatch. Just trying to remember how many shards Amon would have, technically it had at that point. That'd have been 4 14ths, right? Unless my math is completely off. But yeah, I think 4 14ths. Anyway. If... The point I'm trying to make is... If Fandaniel has some mild memory issues and that they don't remember who they once were, they just know that they are an Ascian, they are Fandaniel. They've been risen into that station by none other than Emmett Selk. It makes me wonder what relevance Fandaniel had to the Convocation prior to their demise. Because again, I still have no idea what killed them. It may have been Gaius, for all I know. But as far as I'm aware, we are not responsible for having killed them. We know that they weren't on the 13th. For that was Igiorum. When Igiorum was responsible for the 13th, but didn't die on the 13th. I'm not going to get too into it. Anyway. Basically, all I want to know is the importance Fandaniel had among the Convocation. They all had their own roles, they had their own responsibilities, and if indeed, as we understand it, Fandaniel is possessed of, again, multiple shards at this point, seeing as they're of the source, multiple shards of this Fandaniel, I would love to know more about who the original Fandaniel was, and whether or not they shared that same nihilistic viewpoint that current Fandaniel, you know, wears on his sleeve, you know, as it were. Yeah. Convocation seems muddy in their individual roles. Yeah, we had a little bit. We had a little chat with Emmett, but I need to go back and, like, read through it more. It was either in the Ocular, and then we had a really good discussion with him. Where were we? We were in Fanau. It was just after he'd rescued Y'shtola. And we were over in Fanau, and we had a good chat with him about several different things. But I haven't gone back to check for anything about Fandaniel. But it's adding more to him as a character. No longer is he like this two-dimensional, I'm going to kill everybody person. It's, can we unlock the mystery of who he once was? And what purpose he served to the Convocation millennia ago, you know? Anyway, chat, I need to begin because we're like almost an hour in and I've not done anything. Axel, aka Esseek, we've got Silver. Pi, shouldn't you be moving? You look great, by the way. I love that glamour. We've got Clonova off in the distance, and then behind me we've got Saphira Everscorn. Hello, Saphira Everscorn. I love the name. I'm adding you to my friends list. I have no idea who you are in chat. You look great. Okay, I'm gonna go in. I've got to be moving. Gotta be moving. Alright. High block. Okay. Onwards and upwards, guys. Onwards and upwards. Ah, dear. Tipping the scale. Finally, the office so I can relax and hang out and answer emails. Stace, enjoy your email answering, buddy. Have a good time. The delay is convenient. It let me get home from my med procedure. Elaine, perfect. Perfect. Hopefully the procedure went well. Before I chat to Thancred, not to delay, but I can see Urianger over yonder. Do you have anything to say, Urianger? Thy demeanor bespeaketh consternation, Andy. And I also saw Estinian. Lime, Emily Lime, how are you today? Welcome on in. Lovely to see you. Bad tidings, I take it. Okay, I thought they might have more to say. Right, let's go back. Chat, you may also notice that in the top left-hand corner, I have started my quest for my Heavensward Relic weapon for my Paladin. I did it very late last night, so I've not done much, but we're getting there. Loving it, Akira. I think Old Charlian is amazing. Chat, I try not to... if I see a spoiler, I let you guys know. I think I know the name of the zone after Charlian. Let me explain. I have in here Disciples of the Land and Disciples of the Hand jobs. And I went over to the... What are they? What's the name? The guy by the dock with all of the different boxes behind him. I can't think of the name of the leave quests, correct. I went over there and I thought, oh, I'll go pick up a minor quest. Go pick up the minor quest. And it mentioned a zone beginning with L. Don't tell me where that is in the story, but there's a zone beginning with L, ending in S, and I closed it. But I saw it, and I can't lie to you. I can't pretend I haven't seen it. But I have no idea what it means. I don't want to talk about it too much in chat. I'm just letting you know that I've seen a zone name. Not the letter L, yeah, and then ends in S. Not a big spoiler, that's all I want to know. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I found that out last night. I was over in Charlie and I was running around having a great time. And I thought, well, let's level up our disciple, shall we, of the land. And anyway. Good. Thanks, guys. You've put my mind at ease. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. I will not be looking at any more leave quests. The Satrap. Oh, okay. Okay, this is interesting. The Satrap of Radzadhan. Thancred is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain, okay? The Satrap. I wonder if we'll go and meet them. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales. As many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This, Nidana proved at peril to herself. So, let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Nice. My friends, the Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for Iorzian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the Satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Okay. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radzadhan for an audience with His Excellency? Okay. I'm in. I'm ready. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the giant school grounds, and I will show you into the city. Ah, Cham, we're doing it! We're going to Ranzadhan! Oh, I'm so excited. Like, I've watched the Endwalker cinematic, obviously when I was editing it. I've probably watched it about 10 times now, and I cannot wait to go there. Like, the way it looks on the map, like the verticality of it, like it looks like a big stack of houses. I'm really hoping it looks like that in-game.
Hey.
We're taking the boys to Ranzadhan, to Ranzadhan, to Ranzadhan. I like that. We could remake it, I bet. I can do an Orlando Bloom impression. Lemon Tea Child, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. And hello to RB Illustration. Hello. I saw your YouTube videos and lurked on the stream yesterday. I love your lore explorations and the corkboards. RB, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm hoping to do some more corkboarding and theory crafting and lore and stuff. Andy, wait till it's daytime. Oh. Oh, ether current. Hey, look at that. What a great time to pause. Don't mind if I do. I'll take that. Is there anything I can do to wait for daytime? Like, what could I be doing in the meantime? Oh my goodness. Oh shit. I thought there were tentacles flying at me, chat, over there. Like those lines, I thought they were tentacles. That's just the pulse of the tower. Shit myself. Fates, I don't know. Andy, wait till it's foggy. I'm easily scared if that wasn't made apparent by the fact that the ether sickness we felt last Friday caused me to jump out of my seat. Oh, it's horrifying. Horrifying.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Nobody breaks the law on my watch!
Ah, dear. Don't you just love people? Don't you just love Tidemore? Thanks, Tidemore. Cheers, buddy. Dear, oh dear. Hello, heart attack. I'm pretty sure under the right circumstances I could have just forged a diamond between my cheeks. Yeah. I got quite scared. People are very people. I agree, KG Dewdrop. How are you today? Hopefully, Lily as well. How are you today? Welcome on in. That made you jump out of your seat too. Hello, heart attack. Beautiful timing. What time is it in game? It's 10 p.m. 10 p.m. So yeah. I don't know. Do I wait for it to be daytime? What else could I do? Because people are gonna claim that I'm stalling. Are there some mining nodes near you? Hello, Mr. Gabs. How are you? There might be some mining nodes. Hold on. Gathering, mining. Oh, there are. Wait a second. Ether current quests? That's a good idea. That's a good idea. 3 minutes an hour game time? Hold on. I want to see what we can get. Oh, etheroconductive focus materials. Pewter ore. Okay, let's get some pewter ore. Boom. Oh, here we go, chat. Oh, double. And again? Go on, one more. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Probably too high level. No, I'm level 80 in mining, botanist, fishing. I'm good. I'm good. It's why I looked at the leave quests back in Charlian, is because I wanted to be leveling them up, because my ooh, 71%. Yoink. Because Victoriously V, I was mainly talking about who the original Fandaniel was and what they would have been like, right? Back before the days of the final days, right? During the time of the unsundered paradise that existed prior to that. Like, who was Fandaniel? What role did they serve within the convocation, right? And I was talking about that. I would go into it again now, but I'd be here for another 20, 30 minutes. They are Tojo. They are. I don't know where to find them yet in Endwalker. They were Fandaniel Flavindi. That is a genius comment. And you've made me aware of something I'd never even considered. I take that back. Respect to the gatherers. He was this guy, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with theorizing about it, though, right? Because, and again, not to point you out specifically, Flavindi, but a lot of people, like, over the course of the game, whenever I theorize about something, people just go, they were this person, move on. And it's like, surely half of the fun is trying to, like, you know, not necessarily figure it out, but, you know, think about it, right? Mining giant skull is quite a taxing endeavor. If you don't let your body rest from time to time, you're liable to keel over. I'll be back to work soon enough, right after this break. No, you won't. I guess something we could do, while we're waiting for it to become daytime, and I know people are going to get pissy and be like stalling, but I can maybe look through and read a bit more about Armon. I know, Flavinia, all good. So I mean, I'm not trying to point you out. It's just like similar things that have been said over the course of the playthrough. Just want to talk about it a bit. It's all good. It is really dark, isn't it, Leonix? Really dark. Okay, let me come over here. I'll get ready at the quest stand-in, and then I'll quickly read through a bit of the Encyclopedia Eorzea, and we can sort of, like, theory craft together a little bit. So, if I were to go into my Encyclopedia, here is chat, I'd love to have, like, a second camera to point at the book so you can read along with me, but there is a segment in here called Armon's Scheme. I figured we could read this together. The Empire was becoming crushed under its own weight, inching ever closer to destruction, while its people sat glassy-eyed in their homes, dangerously dependent on the luxury science afforded them. I can't speak, chat. I don't know what's happening to me. Let me start that again. Dependent on the luxuries science afforded them. There was one man, however, who was not about to stand idly by as oblivion crept ever closer. A talented technologist by the name of Armon. Armon believed that what the Allagans needed to save them was not another invention or technological breakthrough, but a strong leader. A leader who could ignite the fires in the hearts of men and wake society from its apathy-induced stupor. A leader the likes of Emperor Xande I. Instead, however, of waiting until another individual with the qualities of Xande appeared, Armon believed better success would be had with a more direct approach, resurrecting Xande himself. Techniques to temporarily restore life to mortified flesh by growing it anew had already been discovered by Allagan scientists. Armon believed, however, a temporary return would not be enough to ensure a rise from the ashes of the once mighty Allagan Empire. What were needed were the secrets to eternal life. And so, Armon began a series of experiments, combining chimerobiology and cloning, in a last desperate effort to achieve immortality. In the early stages of these experiments, he used brigands and revolutionaries to test his newly developed techniques. Once his methods had been refined, he moved next to the Emperor's bloodline, and finally, to his own self. The results were promising, prompting Armon to move to the second stage of his plan, the unearthing of Xande's tomb and the resurrection of his plan. The unearthing of Xande's tomb and the resurrection of the Emperor. I read that wrong. Utilizing the solar energies collected in the Crystal Tower, combined with his newly perfected vivification techniques, Armon achieved the impossible. Xande walked Eorzea once again. It goes on to say, Armon, one of a few great minds in a land that had seen the slow yet steady numbing of its people's intelligence. Armon long lamented the sorry state of Allag, concentrating his early scientific efforts on developing medicines to increase mental capacity. He soon realized that it was not knowledge that the Allagans lacked. If anything, they had too much. What his people lacked was a leader. With a renewed sense of focus, Armon shifted his studies to the field of vivimancy and soon was conducting experiments on his own flesh in order to attain his final goal, the resurrection of Xande I. I'd love to quickly try and thumb through here and see if I can find any other reference to Armon, just to find out more about their motivations. Eyes southward. Armon's genius and obsessive nature made dangerous bedfellows, leading to the death of countless subjects before ultimately bearing fruit. So everything we sort of like read and learn about Armon, we can directly apply, you know, to an extent, to what we now know of the current Fandaniel, given that they are one and the same person, right? So, I mean, there's no denying that he's a smart guy. Obsessive nature, that checks out. That's applicable to the Fandaniel we know and love. Not only was Xande resurrected from his millennium-long slumber, but had achieved both immortality and an otherworldly vigor in the process. Over the next few days, the Emperor was briefed by Armon of the myriad changes the realm had seen in the 1,000 years since his death, the advancement of civilization, the extent of the Empire's reach, and the state of her people. Once aware of what he had to work with, he moved quickly to right the ship, starting with the assassination of the current emperor and any loyalists to the regime by the Glacier, Labolus-led Imperial Honor Guard. With the throne reclaimed and potential challenges to Zande's authority conveniently disappeared, the new emperor wasted little time restoring the heretofore impotent Imperial army to its former size and strength, and ordering it on its first mission, the full-force invasion and occupation of the southern continent, Meracedia. I was hoping to see a little bit more about Armon. I don't know if there'll be anything later on. But given what we know, it mentioned here about him employing techniques... chimerobiology and cloning. And I imagine chimerobiology, that is to really pinpoint what was being achieved at Azizlar, right? We're creating chimeras. So I imagine a lot of what we saw at Azizlar was not only instructed to be done by none other than Armon, but may well have been something he did himself. Maybe he was over there and worked within Azizlar. That's just a headcanon theory. I don't know that for sure. I've not found anything applicable to that in here. But given what we found out in 5.4, it wouldn't surprise me, given that he had a direct input in what was happening within Azizlar, as we saw with Owen's own project. It wouldn't surprise me if he were actually there partaking in, you know, the experiments and stuff. I would love to, at some point, go back over there, and we do need to do the hard mode dungeon. Fractal Continuum. Forgot the name. Fractal Continuum. Would love to get back over there and do that at some point. I was going to see if there's anything in here. Like, any more about Alag. Somebody mentioned that maybe in one of the Encyclopedia Eorzeas it mentions the names of all of the different Ascians. I'm guessing that would be in Book 2. Book 2, while I own it and I have given it a read, I've not read all of it. And a lot of it, I've left untouched. Let me have a look at the index. Heidelin, her tales, her lands, her servants. Faces from journeys past. That could be it, maybe. Her bounds. Her burdens. Her creatures. There is a part in here on chimeras on page 270. Maybe we'll be able to find out a little bit more there. I don't know, though, for sure. Chimeras. Let's have a look. Simply stated, chimeras are creatures created by conjoining the flesh from two or more different beings. The process is highly complex and was only perfected in the waning years of the Allagan Empire. The combination of nearly an entire era's biological research. I had a look at this the other day, actually, and there was something interesting in here which I've not shown. You're not going to be able to see it. It's this little picture here of, like, this Rogadin. And they're called hypertuned. And I can't think where I ran into them. Are they hypertuned within the Alexander Raid series? That's the only place it kind of reminded me of. Anyway, hypertuned. They are, which was a surprise to me, an unexpected byproduct of the Garlean Empire's research into the divine phenomenon most commonly known as the Echo. It's in Castrum Urbania. Caria, Joyous Boys, thank you. Castrum Urbania. So they are like the alpha test, as it were, of what I imagine would have been the first experiments with creating a resonant. But yeah, does anyone know if there is any Ascian-related stuff in the Encyclopedia Eorzea 2? Because someone mentioned earlier that there might be, but I don't know where it would be in here. Good afternoon, McShuggles. How are you today? I'm doing very well. Welcome on in. Yeah, Veggiepunk, that's what I mean. About, creating the resonance. I imagine that was like an alpha test, almost. You know, if we were going to apply alpha and beta and what have you to it. There were a lot of questionable experiments, yes. Done by none other than Aulus. What's his full name? Aulus. Someone will know. Some MSQ vampire will be able to tell me his full name, date of birth, wife, children's names, etc. There's other hypertuned. Aulus Mal Asina. Thanks, guys. Yeah. The experiments done by Aulus. I can't find anything to do with the Ascians in Book 2. Because someone mentioned there might be a full list of them, but I don't know where it is. Is it in here? It's the dude on the seat. Yeah, Eka, that's it. Eka or Ika? What would you prefer? Rise of a New Sun. Because see, this tackles a lot of what we found out in Stormblood, right? So, I don't know who mentioned it earlier. I don't know if they're still here. I'll watch the VOD and I'll find who you were. Someone mentioned that their names are in the encyclopedia. I don't think they're going to be. Because we don't really find out more about the Ascians until Shadowbringers, right? So if we were to find it out during Stormblood in the book, that'd feel a bit shit. Eka? Alright, Eka it is, not Ika. Okay, I got you. I think book 2 pretty much covers up the Stormblood, so spoilers shouldn't be either too big or too great. For Vindy, it's all good. No, it's all good. That's a shame. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch my VODs then and see what we can find. It's now 3 a.m. in-game, guys. I was told not to go into the next zone because currently it's... I'm not even kidding. Let me move my camera so you can see. It's fog. It's foggy and it's dark. So I've been instructed not to continue on because I imagine we're about to see... I know. Can you believe it? I imagine we're about to see Radzat Han. Yeah, it's foggy, it's nighttime, it's awful. It's fine though. We can have a good time. We don't need to see it to have a good time. There was some stuff about the Ascians in book 1. I couldn't find anything in book 2. Yeah, I mean maybe. No, I don't know if I can get my VOD up in time. I was gonna say we could watch my VOD back and see if we could find the moment we chat to Emmett about all of the different Ascians. It's going to be interesting, though, to see how Fan Daniel acts moving forwards, now that we're made aware of exactly who he is and where he came from, you know? I don't think there's any Triple Triad games on the map. Is there? I don't see any. I don't see any. The fog shouldn't be too much of a... I think we're mainly waiting for daytime. Mainly waiting for daytime at this point. And again, my theory for people who weren't here earlier, I've gone back on Varshan being Vritra. I think rather Varshan is an emissary to Vritra, maybe Vritra's brood, and the reason he was so taken aback when he looked at Estinian is he sees Estinian as a threat to his... I was going to say master. Less master and more person he's affiliated with, right? Yeah, we've not had a chat with him. It's a good shout. Of the Satrap, I only know of the common tidbits, that though the position is hereditary, he is not considered a sovereign, and that despite possessing considerable authority, he wields it sparingly. Okay. Given the esteem at which the locals hold him, however, it's safe to assume he's good at his job. He could do far worse for an ally. Be it here or in Eorzea, all share in the desire to deliver the captives. Thus united, I pray that we may join in common cause with the Satrap. When last I visited, the city was brimming with life. I expect that the tower has dampened the mood somewhat. Something I can quickly look at in Book 2, which could be interesting, is there is a whole segment in here about Thavnair. Here we go. Thavnarian geology. Thavnair. Larger even than Eorzea's Vilbrand, this island in the east of the Bounty is home to the city-state of Radzat Han. With the city's port open to all nations, Radzat Han comprises one corner of the trade relations triangle that exists between Eorzea, the Near East, and Hingashi. I can't really show you the pictures in the book. I'm trying to see if there's anything like relevant nearby that I can maybe talk about. It mentions that once upon a time, the government of Radzat Han maintained a prison over in the Siren Song Sea. I've not done the Siren Song Sea since we began Stormblood. I've not had it in any of my, roulettes, ever. And I loved it. Like, going back to the beginning of the Siren Song Sea after you've defeated the dungeon, and then you can see the rainbow on the horizon was really, really cool. The armadillo's gone, unless Crit comes and joins me. It's a cool dungeon. I really, really enjoyed it. Yeah, but I've not had it since. There is a region to the south of Radz-at-Han called Uzner, or Uzner. The entirety, of the small island to the south of Thavner is the property of House Senna, or Sena, a wealthy family of skilled alchemists. Docking at Uzner is strictly forbidden unless one has secured the proper permissions in advance. I wonder if we can see that on the map. Uzner. Can I see Uzner? It's that tiny little island just underneath Thavner. Teeny tiny island. Uzner is in the Stormblood treasure maps. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, I've not done any treasure maps since Heavensward. House of Sena, was John there? If he was, we wouldn't have seen him. It's south of Yedlamad. Yeah, I see it. What else have we got in here? You see the boat to the... Oh, no, that's just the bounty is a name given to the sea south of Ildsobad. Its aptly named waters, teeming with an abundance of ocean life suitable for the dinner table, are considered to stretch as far as Cape Meat in the west, and to Thavner and the Corvos Narrow in the east. Something I didn't mention, by the way, is how you can see Dalmasca on the map now. Isn't that cool? That has never previously been visible. That was once upon a time clouded in, well, clouds, right? But you can now see Dalmasca, which I think is pretty awesome. And you can also see at the south there, Greylick's Bend. I'd love a print of the map as well. I'd love a high-res printout of the map. Just huge. But yeah, Dalmasca officially on the old map. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, there's so much. Again, if you've never gotten one of these before, one of these Encyclopedia Eorzeas, it will show you an annotated map, and it'll tell you all about all the different locations. Hello, that are on the map, which you really couldn't. Like, it's hard for me to be able to read some of the words on here and translate them because it's just so low resolution. If you go back to Sharlayan, in the inn room, there is a huge high-res version of the map on a wall. It exists in the game files. I don't know why they don't just use it for the map in the game. Really don't understand. It's almost daytime, by the way, chat. It's 5 AM in game. We're almost done. I don't mean to stall, but people don't want to see Radz-at-Han in darkness and fog. Understandably, neither do I. Do let me know, by the way, chat. If ever we're about to cross the threshold into a new zone, and you know it's going to be a foggy, dark mess, I will happily wait. Like, you only get to see a location for the first time, right? So I want to make sure every time we go to a new zone, it's going to be, you know, not shit weather. First time I ever went to Azim Steppe, it was cloudy and rainy and foggy, and it was awful. Yeah. There's a really nice annotated high-res world map online, but I'd wait till you're caught up before looking at it. Gorshan, perfect. I'll definitely have a look at that when I'm caught up. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through here. And by scrolling, I mean I'm literally flicking pages in the book. Something which I've wondered for quite a while, and I was wondering if the book might annotate it in some fashion, is if you look at the map, there are many references on the map to things that we've encountered in the game. So the Four Lords over in the east, you can see them on the map very clearly. There they are, surrounding the Isle. And if we look down here, we've got a mermaid within the Siren Song Sea. If we look further to the west, you've got many of the primals on the map. Not least of all, you've got Bismarck up here, the whale. There he is. You've got the dragons surrounding Dravania. But if you look really far up here, so you see where it says Ildsobad? There is just this absolutely gargantuan being, like a giant, as it were, making their way towards Garlemald. I've been looking at that for a while, and it still has not come up in the story. Something I noticed the other day, which is potentially interesting, is there is a floating isle above Garlemald. And my initial theory, and it is just a theory, is When I see floating islands, what do I think of? I think of Azizla. Is this maybe another incarnation of like an Azizla-like environment? Maybe made by Emmett in order to continue experiments? You got to think, if he founded Alag and then they had Azizla, it would stand to reason that in founding the Garlean Empire, maybe he'd want to replicate what they were doing in Azizla, and they've made like a new one. I don't know. Just a floating island with lightning strikes around it. It's very cool. That's Terry. He's chill. I'm joking. I'd like the idea that he is Terry, though. That'd be cool. I love a good world map, chat. If you're in the Patreon, you'll see I've made a world map for my D&D campaign. I love world maps. I love studying them. I love looking at all the little details they put in there. I really do think they've done a fantastic job with the FF14 world map. The use of the clouds as well to hide land masses before you go there is so smart. It's not even a world map, right? Exactly. There's so much missing from it. We've got other continents completely missing. Taliesin, same. And rivers running the correct way as well. Is it still foggy? When is it no longer foggy? What is going on, chat? At 8. Choky. Thank you. Thank you. Chat, we've got about 6 minutes. In 6 minutes, we go in. Ish. The game is taking the piss, Coffee. Tell me about it. Can I chat to you, Radiant Guardsman? My apologies, but given that the city is currently in a state of alert, I cannot let you proceed past this point. Cool. All right. Great talk. Great talk. What else have I quickly got to look at in here that I want to talk about? I'm still holding on to... I'm still mildly, slightly confident that there is something which lurks waiting for us in the Fanged Crescent, or the Tail Mountains, which is further east from here. Specifically... the Fanged Crescent is, if I were to show you on a map, and again, it's hard for me to show you because I've got my cursor hidden, but the Fanged Crescent is this little bit here. I'm holding my spell. That is the Fanged Crescent. And just when I hear fangs and crescent, it sounds interesting. But mainly, it's up here that I'm interested to explore. This area here, the Tail Mountains.
Grab your shield and sword.
I wonder if that is where there are some dragons roosting, chat, potentially. Fendweller, that'd be amazing. That'd be so cool. Zinched, or Zinched? I'm guessing it's Zinched, isn't it? Shit, not Zinched. Zinched, thank you for the Prime sub. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. I really do appreciate that. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Is that where the Vena bunnies are from, or is it more south? I don't know for sure, but I think further south, Madam Faith? I believe further south. Dapper Sloth, yeah, it's the one zone we've not had to worry about so far. Only zone we've not had to worry about so far. Hey! Oh my goodness. I'm gonna watch you to make you RP walk across the whole bridge, Pete. You've done this to yourself. Anyway, what I was gonna say is, going back to the map one last time, because we're about to go inside the city finally, chat, is I love how more and more is slowly being revealed. And again, if you imagine we've got Meracedia lying to the south of here. What is this over here? What is this weird texture here? See that? Looks like a rip. Anyway, I was going to say, if we imagine got Meracedia lying to the south, the one which I'm interested in eventually going to, they can escape, true. Oh, he got away, crit. The place I'm very interested in going to now is none other than the New World, which I believe lies to the west. Far to the west. We know very little about it, and I haven't done my blue quests yet, but you guys have mentioned that if I do my blue quests, I'll learn a little bit more about it. Something I've latched onto, and I will not let go of, is back in Amarok. It's frequently mentioned that they have friends that lie across the sea in a distant metropolis, and considering there's been no mention or any information to go off of in regards to this distant metropolis, in the places we've been to, it makes me wonder if this distant metropolis was potentially to the west of Amarot. And if it were to the west of Amarot, that would place this distant metropolis in ancient times somewhere over where this New World continent lies. So I'm excited at the prospect of maybe going there very soon. You know? Really, Flavindi, that's cool. I need to, at some point, figure out... Oh, sightseeing log. I need to figure out how exactly to unlock my Endwalker sightseeing log. There's so many juicy little bits of lore which you can uncover by reading the sightseeing log entries. I love it. Absolutely love it. That is a really nice color of fog. It should no longer be foggy in about 1.5 minutes. So if we watch it go in real time, that should disappear in about a minute, chat. Fingers crossed. Can we tell you or let you find out on your own? The only thing... I'll find out myself. I'll find out myself. Avalon, it does. It does. And, you know, do we even know if the pre-Sundering world had the same continents and stuff? Fendweller, no. I imagine, though, during the Calamity of Earth, the continents would have either been, you know... Hold on. Is the fog going? No. The continents would have been irreversibly changed, right? During the Calamity of Earth, I imagine. But I imagine, to an extent, the big continents would still exist to a degree, just maybe, you know, the borders have changed somewhat. I don't know. Like, it's all hyperbole, right? I've not got a clue. But I would imagine that the Calamity of Earth probably did a number on them. And the Calamity of Water. They talk about this, how the source is drastically different than what it was originally as you explore the Tempest with Y'shtola. That's what I mean about the Calamity of Earth, right? Hey! The fog is going! Ah, there we go, chat. There we go! Ah, now isn't that better? Isn't that better? There we go. That looks beautiful. But yeah, just to quickly end that discussion on, you know, talking about the continents and how they might have changed over time. Like, they've definitely changed. But I would still imagine that huge land masses are still relatively similar to an extent. It's hard to say. We've not had any concrete info, have we? The only way we could possibly know is if we were to maybe chat to Vanar about it and be like, hey, by the way, can you just show me what the world map would have looked like back in ancient times? And then we can compare. That's the only way we could possibly find out. Anyway, Varshan, let's do this. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Sen, that's exactly why I don't think the continents would have changed that much. You know? Is due to the similarities between the first and the source.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han.
I love how colorful it is. It's so different from anything else in the game.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Okay. Okay.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet.
Painting a lovely picture, isn't it?
Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
Wow. God, the architecture is so nice. Ilsabad, Rads at Han. Very cool.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying the atmosphere here. Aside from the fact that not many people are walking the streets anymore given the tower's presence and other things like the kidnappings, but, you know, I'm enjoying it.
Here we are. Megaduta.
Megaduta. Megaduta.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our
Grab
tour
your
of the city
shield
will have to
and
wait.
sword. Raise them high.
Thank you, Anonymous.
To the knighthood.
Individuali. Oh, come on in, courtesy of Anonymous and Way Too Late TV. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Okay. Onwards and upwards.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Okay. Straight into another cutscene. Okay. Here we go then. The Sartrap. Who is it going to be? Who's it going to be? Here we go.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Okay.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat-Han.
Ahawan. 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 Okay.
Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
It is our pleasure. Ooh. But Nadana was taken. Not everything went to plan. Nadana was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed.
I tell you what, I'm just excited because Aura, chat. You know, as an Aura warrior of light, it's good to see fellow Aura. It's nice.
Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
With pleasure.
I think not.
Okay. Estinian. What's going on?
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Is the dragon in the room?
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Whoa! Whoa! What is going on? Oh, shit!
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Oh
Even
my
here
god!
have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Oh yes! Get in! Oh, he looks so good!
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted
Come on!
this isle served as mine abode.
Oh, he looks so good, chat. I love how Estinian could sense his presence. He knew. He knew. Ah, dear. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. God, he looks good. I've been looking for you, buddy. I've been corkboarding about you for some months. A long time.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Very same.
I, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Ah, chat, I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
Do you think Estinian's gonna do anything? Rhetorical question. I don't know why I asked that. I wonder if either Estinian will mention that he could sense him due to Nidhogg being within him, or whether Vritra will be able to detect Nidhogg's presence within Estinian.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone.
Okay.
In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair.
Interesting.
Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
I wonder if he will ever explain why he chose to not answer the call during the Dragon Song War, or talk about his feelings amidst that time.
And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
God, that's awesome, isn't it?
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just
a title. A puppet.
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
I mean, he's you know, he's got it in the bag, hasn't he? Imagine if your job were to rule a city. But you don't really rule a city, you just pretend to. But you get to live that luxurious lifestyle nonetheless.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
Which is why you remained here during what happened over in Dravania. Makes sense.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Is he missing an eye? I've not been looking. Oh shit. Oh my goodness.
'Tis here. buried within the semblance of flesh.
Wait, what?
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
What the hell? So you are Vritra, technically, but you're not, but you are, but you are, but you're not, but you are. Oh my god. Chat. I played myself. I played myself. Oh no. I mean, technically, wait. Technically, I was wrong, right? But then, shit. Someone just said that Varshan is Vritra's VTuber, and I kind of like that. You're not wrong. That's technically correct. Oh dear. Oh no. So we have been interacting with Vritra then. I tell you, when that curtain lifted and I saw Vritra back there, I felt so good about going back on my earlier theory. Now not so much. Now not so much. Fascinating. So, again, at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how, an example in D&D, the metallic dragons became humans so that they could integrate themselves within societies and, you know, not necessarily give themselves away as the dragons they are. While it's not exactly the same, Vritra hasn't necessarily shapeshifted into that of a human. I love this spin on that trope. That they would create effectively a puppet, a mammoth, right? And then imbue said puppet, mammoth, whatever, with its own will by extracting Vritra's eye. That is genius. It's such a great way of doing it, which makes sense within the world of Final Fantasy. Going back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, when Estinian was combined with the two eyes of Nidhogg, and he was able to become Nidhogg, or Estinian, or Nidstinian. Name pending, right? Where they could become like a mismatch of the two. Ah, I love it. I love that. That is so, so cool.
Ah, that would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Which explains why they were looking at each other for so long.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood.
Oh my god! Oh, that is so, so cool. Smile. I want to see him smile.
From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
Oh, wow. What a revelation.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Razathan.
Okay.
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
Okay.
Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just quickly go back to Varshan for a second. I wonder if Varshan... I'm guessing that they can't... No, I'm getting into my D&D headspace again. I was wondering if, because they're imbued with the power of the eye, whether they could still augment their body in such a way as to become maybe like a take on a draconic form. Anyway, I think I'm getting too D&D with it again. Sorry. Go on, continue, Urianger. Continue.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Been keeping a close eye on us, have you, Vritra?
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear.
I mean, I'm playing a Dragoon. I can be the tip of any spear. Let's make it happen.
Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions.
Ah. Like, every few seconds, I just look at what's going on, and I gotta pinch myself. We are stood in the vicinity of Vritra. This is amazing.
And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Okay.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Yep.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
Oh my goodness. I have so many questions to ask him. I want to ask him of Tiamat. I want to ask him of his kin. I want to ask what he's been up to. I hope we can talk to him after this.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Oh. He's out of it.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Oh, come on, Estinian. Come on.
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Oh my. Oh, come on, let me go back in. Please let me get. Can I go back in? Oh, no, I just want to go chat with them. Oh, no. Chat, this is so good. I have so many questions to ask. There remains one unaccounted for dragon of the first brood as Dire. Maybe Vritra will be the key to finding them. We don't know where they are. And hey, while I might have gone back on the original theory, right, about Varshan being Vritra, on the corkboard, God, can I find it? Where is it? Given that Nidhogg is now a part of Estinian, I theorize he now possesses the ability to detect and locate Nidhogg's kin. So I'm leaning towards it being him who finds Vritra. Blah-de-blah-de-blah, blah-de-blah. Hey, I'll take 1 out of 2. I'll take 1 out of 2.
Your shield and sword.
That'll do me.
Raise them high.
That'll do me.
And welcome to the night.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct, I would say, make some time. Death Warmed Over, thank you for gifting a sub to Borical, or Borikal. Welcome on in.
Grab your shield
Go to see if Death Warmed Over.
Raise them high and welcome
Way Too Late TV, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Can we get some love in chat, please? Ladies, gentlemen, friends from Beyond the Binary for Way Too Late TV. Buddy, thank you. I really do appreciate that. It's lovely to see you. I know you just followed a second ago. I'm glad you're having a good time here. Starquake, hello. To be honest, I don't like that they showed Reacher in the cinematic. Would be a much cooler reveal at this point. You know what? I agree. Like, for people who are relatively new here, I have been theorizing about the location of Vritra and Azdaia for quite some time. Because in the back of, if I show you for a second, can't bloody find it now, chat. It's in the back of the Encyclopedia Eorzea 1. I'm having trouble finding the picture. There it is. In the back of Encyclopedia... Why is it raining, chat? Oh, come on. In the back of the Encyclopedia Eorzea 1 is this picture. And it shows the first brood. And on there, you have all of the dragons highlighted. And it says Tiamat, Bahamut, Ratatoskir, Midgard, Sormir, Vritra, Hraesvelgar. And then at the bottom of the image, you see Azdaia. And Vritra in the top right. Who, it looks to be a different color, but relatively the design is the same in the image. Anyway, I've looked at that image for a while since Heavensward, and I've been trying to think about where they might be. And for people who have been here back in Heavensward and Stormblood, you'll know that I theorized Meracedia, which in hindsight is a pretty uninspired guess, right? Like guessing that, oh, they must be on the island or the continent where dragons hail from, right? Oh, really, Laluna? I didn't realize that. Anyway, the point I was going to make is I've been looking forward to finding Vritra and this Azdaia for some time. 1 out of 2 down. Can we find the second one? Will they be in this expansion? Time will tell. Dragons can tan, apparently, yeah. I did notice, by the way, sorry I'm catching up on chat here, I did notice that they were speaking common as opposed to dragon speak. I'm assuming that's because they have been living amongst common folk for millennia at this point, right? Thousands of years. So I imagine in that time they have come to learn the common tongue, right? So I'm scrolling back up. Ruby_Scleras? Butchering your name, probably. I'm very sorry. I'm glad you're having a good time with us. Welcome on in. I wish I'd shown the shadow of a great worm, but not who it was. Yeah, Tracer, that would have been interesting. I think showing him off in the trailer had you wondering and anticipating without giving his secret away. Yes, to a degree. People love to talk over Estinian slime when they were watching the trailer for streams and stuff. I gotcha. Want to place your bet on what pie? What am I betting on? Clivey Bear, belatedly, how are you today? Welcome on in. When you first meet Hraesvelgar, Alphano says, "By the 12, mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be? Interesting." I think in this case, though, I would imagine that they're speaking common. That would be my assumption. Is that through the use of Varshan, Vritra came to learn the common tongue. That's the way I've perceived it in that cinematic just then. Maybe it comes up later that he doesn't. I always thought it was like an auto-translation, but I think all dragons could speak common if they really wanted to. Huh, okay. Well, I guess maybe the story will lead into that at some point. I'll have to wait and see. And Way Too Late, I'm glad you've been enjoying the content, buddy. Thank you. I did catch your message, but then chat flew by. The amount of people saying, is this Tiamat over Estinian calling Vritra by its name in the Endwalker trailer is not neglectable. Really? Huh. Okay. That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. Estinian, what are you going to say, buddy?
If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry.
Okay. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't done so already, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Okay. Alright, back we go, chat. Boom. Back we go. Same thing with Fortuno being in the trailer. If you'd looked in the encyclopedia, you'd immediately recognize him, but until 5.55, anyone outside of that could have maybe have made a guess on the basis that he had white hair. Hey, Saphira, hello. I need to go this way, I think. Andy, yes, I finished last week's Tears of the Kingdom VOD. It's so much fun to watch your problem solving. D1000, what did you think of Mega Stick? It's pretty good, wasn't it? Look how nice the weather is in Charlian right now. This is beautiful. Very nice. Very nice. Big Tracker, you're beautiful. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. Mega Magic, no, maybe? Mega Magic. Mega. There you go. How about that? Okay, let's go in. Oh no, I need to just walk in, don't I? Sorry. Hello, Ruby. Hello, Pi. Just trying to get in. Okay, main hall entrance. Here we go. I can't wait to come back here and explore what's coming next. Okay. Bancred. I see Estinian isn't here. Vritra and his alchemists have prepared for us for our foray into the tower. I can read. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Arcasodra languish and Telopheroi chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavner who will be summoned to thwart us. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavner, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Boop. So... Wait. We're not going to... Oh, okay. I thought we were going to be like... Okay. So we're not going to go do the Tower of Zop. Shit. Crap. Okay, never mind. I guess I'll hang out with you guys now. Hello. Let's do it. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? My theory, again, for whatever the hell's happening in old Charlian here, is I think they've got a contingency plan. I wonder if I can find it in here. Again, I'll quickly bring this up because I know not everyone was here for the first stream. Shit. Where the hell is it? Charlian. I believe the secrets of the past will be found within the ancient texts contained within the libraries of Charlayan. The Encyclopedia Eorzea also mentions a book, the Bibliotheca Historia, wherein they gather knowledge of the world and guard closely all knowledge they deem dangerous. I can't think of knowledge more dangerous than that of Zodiac, Hydaelyn, and the Final Days. Once again, Graha says the star still has secrets to tell as he pores over a book in Charlian. What could they possibly be? And then I've got one more about Fortuno. Fortuno seems to know more than he's letting on when he says if the final days were truly upon us, we would know, which is surely confirmation that they know more than they're letting on. If they know of the final days, I do wonder what else they're privy to. Do they have a contingency plan in place? He says to Y'shtola, come what may, we shall live on. We must. If so, well, what is it? I don't see how they intend to weather the storm that is the final days. Do they have some sort of fallout shelter? I also hope we get more scenes between Fortuno and the twins, as well as their mother, Emeliance. I feel as if there is a lot Fortuno could learn from his children. And then we do get Alice mention. I don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. They must know something that we don't, right? They must have ancient knowledge which will either aid us in the battle to come, or it might be a prophecy. Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to wait and find out. Endergrim, welcome back. Welcome back, buddy. If the forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little. I suspect we will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. Endergrim, welcome back for 27 months, buddy. Can we get some love and chat for the lovely Endergrim? 27 months. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, no. Graha. There we go. That's what I want to chat with. Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready now to tackle the challenges of the day. Kumaru! 1, 2, 3, 4. Welcome on in. Thank you for the subscription. I greatly appreciate it. Can we get some love in chat for Kumaru, please? I'm assuming it's Kumaru and not Kamaru. I mean, if it is the latter, I'll happily call you it, but Kumaru makes more sense in my head. Thank you for the sub. I really do appreciate it. Okay. let's go. The process by which forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate, but fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them to be insufferable. First pronunciation is correct. Okay, Kumaru. Perfect. Clivey Bear, what's up, buddy? Clivey Bear, I also realized the other day, because I've not played the demo yet, but Clive is the protagonist in FF16. How does that make you feel? Hitting the books. Kryl is intent on uncovering the reason behind the forum's inexplicable behavior. Also, to answer your question, that corkboard, I corkboard. That's how I get my theories across the chat. If you've not seen it already, I've got some videos on YouTube of previous corkboarding sessions. And I'm going to be uploading my Endwalker corkboarding stuff to YouTube soon. Hopefully for Thursday or Friday. So watch this space. Anyway, let's go. Kryl. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Okay. Let's give it a go. Neither have I, Tea Leaf. Neither have I. It's crazy because I've been Clive for over 10 years now. It's such a wild name as well. Like, normally we've got, like, Squall and Cloud and Zidane. And then it's Clive. Like, Clive is a relatively common name. Yeah, it's, like, relatively common. It's an uncommon name, at least in the UK, Clive. I like it, though. Don't get me wrong. It's just... It doesn't have that, like... fantasy kick to it that the other ones normally do, right? I love normal names in my fantasy worlds. Like Paul in Dune, yeah, exactly. Paul Atreides. It's like, hey, I'm Paul. Right, okay. Literally John Final Fantasy. I like it, really grounded. Yeah, same. I can't imagine Clive being a common name anywhere. When I was in school, we had 2 Clives in my school. So maybe for me it's more common than most, but... Please look forward to Steve in FF17. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. I'm guessing this is where we fly through in the cinematic, with Graha at the bottom. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alasai and Alphano will help me to continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. I am in. Kryl, this is like Christmas Day for me. I'm in. Let's get reading. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let's be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. I would guess that, you know, information pertaining to that of the final days wouldn't necessarily... Oh, wow. Wow. This is beautiful. I was going to say, I imagine any news or info regarding the final days isn't just going to be on public display. That would be, like, locked away in a vault. Jarjaba. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by Moonbreeder, but it's difficult to find any one tome in a library of this size. Hey, Moonbreeder. Oh, I love their outfits. Oh, wow, look at that. That is seriously nice. Oh, I like it. I like that a lot. Okay. Reference page. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusually high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. What if that is all the Lalafell word, chat? We're just mammoths wearing flesh. Anyway. Yeah, Traysto, tell me about it. They look good, don't they? They look really good. Nogaloy. Nogaloy? I don't know. One of the above. I'm just here looking for some tomes I need to reference my thesis. Luckily for me, if a tome exists, it's almost certainly somewhere in Numenon. Okay, I need to go back over here. To the brightly covered book. Or brightly colored book, sorry. Easel Swiss? Isle Swiss? Oh. Were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes, but if there is anything else you require, simply say the word. Okay, brightly colored book.
I thank you for your continued pledge to the night.
Razor Knight Shadow! Welcome back for 2 months, buddy. Lovely to see you today.
2 months already amused.
Buddy, I can't believe it's been 2 months already. Can we get some love and chat for the lovely Razor Knight Shadow, please? Thank you so much for your continued support, sir. I really do appreciate it. The title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Let's give it a read. Will it speak of, Nyankref? Hey, I've read my Encyclopedia Eorzea, okay? Long, long ago on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nyankref. Nyankref was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nyankref's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nyankref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abelathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led them to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nyankref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. And again, for people who have maybe not done their sightseeing log, if you were to go into your Stormblood one, you can see... Oh! Like choking on my own spit, chat. Nyankref's Hope! You can see... There it is, Nyankref's Hope. When the 6th Umbral Calamity befell Eorzea and the realm was transformed into a sea, this great vessel, built by a man hailing from the north named Nyankref, saved full many lives. Having taken aboard countless souls drifting in the floodwaters, it was finally transported by magic to its current resting place. There it is. All goes full circle. That's so cool. Red covered book. Roads of Old. The Colony. Okay. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established by a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland in greater detail. Okay. Moving on. Granville, hello. I'm rather in the middle of something, so if you wouldn't mind leaving me to my research. Thank you. Granville, my pleasure. Oh! Holy crap. Reminds me of Inception. Not Inception, Interstellar. I guess Inception as well, to an extent. But it mainly reminds me of that scene in Interstellar. Anyway, leather-bound tome. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of importance decided that the ecclesia, public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Huh. What I'm loving is that so many of these details are almost verbatim, one-to-one, of what I've read in the Encyclopedia Eorzea, which, when was this published? It should say in the front of the book, right? Or the back of the book? When was this published? I don't know. Either way, the fact is that so much of what I've read in this book is exactly what I'm reading on these shelves. You know? And I've spoken before about how amazed I am that details which have existed for many, many, many years aren't ever retconned. They stay the same. And, you know, again, it just rewards you for paying attention, right? An introduction to the heavens. Grandorious, I know, but as someone who played Warcraft, that to me is a miracle. Okay, an introduction to the heavens. Astrology or of the 12? Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? Okay, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future. Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? I am. The book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain... I enjoy reading about it though. I know I'm meant to be finding the right books, but I want to read it all. Like, you gotta think, we know that Omega hails from beyond our star. And not only that, we would not have dragonkind if it weren't for the fact that way, way, way back in the day, Midgard Sormir came here from his own distant star with his clutch and sought aid from none other than Hydaelyn. Like, the fact that there exists life out there is, one, incredibly fascinating, but two, it opens the door for so much content down the line. You know, if we can figure out a way to do interplanetary travel and maybe go back to Midgard Sormir's homeworld, wouldn't that be great? The title of the spine reads, Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra. I'm forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue, I can't read. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition. Okay, yeah, okay. That's not an interesting one. That's not an interesting book. Way too late. It's way too late to take it back. Dear, oh dear. No, I'm not going to go into it. I was going to say I only found out what Vor was during Heaven's Ward. It was a very emotional moment in my life. Time-worn tome, Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Yankrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homestead unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. Megamajig, what are you doing? Thank you very much for the 2 gift subs. Gotta stop, Megamajig. Just hang out. Come hang out and have fun with us. How dare you gift subs in this channel? How dare you support me? How dare you? Megamajig, genuinely, thank you. That is very, very sweet of you. Don't tell me what to do. That was very assertive. I will not tell you what to do. You may do whatever you would like. Thank you, Megamajig. Can we get some love in chat, not only for Megamajig, but also for our Dusklight and Recursive, who were the ones who received the gift subs. Thank you, Megamajig. Cheers, buddy. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings for the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star. They would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge, deliver the world. Very cool. Are there any more books? We're technically done. Yeah, I don't think there's any more. Huh. Is this it? Damn it all. I'm having a devil of a time. I did not read the rest of what she said. I was going to wonder if we could maybe see the Scions. But I can't see them down there. Oh, there's a mammoth down there, but no Scions. Never mind. I tried. Okay. Hey, Dividus is over here. Housing extraordinaire. I don't know if you guys saw it. Dividus posted... And Dividus, I'm not going to lie. I am so incredibly jealous of your talent and skill. Dividus posted in Discord. I wonder if I can link it without you guys needing to join Discord. Because I don't want you to have to join the Discord to look at a photo. Here it is. I'll link it in chat. Copy link. Paste. Take a look at that. And if you want to join the Discord, you can, but if you don't, there you go. Buddy, that is what I want my free company house to look like. And this isn't me like, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, come decorate my house for me. It's more, I'm incredibly jealous, and I wish I could decorate a house like you can. Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that look amazing? I'm very jealous. Okay, here we go. As much as I've enjoyed Boys Trip, like, the lore nerd within me has been so excited to, like, get back here and find out more about what the hell Fortuno and the rest of the forum know that we don't. Cannot wait. Sorry, were you waiting long? No, it's all good. All good. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically. So we have no choice but to start with the this word always gets stuck in my mouth, chat. Tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even there. It's like a tongue twister for some reason. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would be nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. Think of tangerine tangentially. 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 I don't know what happened, so something in my brain this does not compute. I want to say like Chan, for some reason. Anyway, a harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been able to visit your family, or do they not live... Holy shit!
Bashil has just
Bashil?
72. Did you that an Achilles number is a number that is powerful but not a perfect power? 72 is the first such number.
Buddy, what the hell? Bashil, where did that come from? Thank you so much for the Achilles number. I had no idea. I had no idea, but now I do. Thank you, buddy. Can we please get some love and chat for Bashil? And also, please accept my apologies for any eardrums which have been burst, or people who have jumped out of their seat. Dude, that scared the shit out of me. I wasn't expecting that at all. I was in a lull, you know, I was not ready. Bashil, thanks, bud. Thank you very much. Anna, welcome, you're back. You're back. Bashil, I'd love to know why. Why now? And why 72? And why me? But thank you, I really do appreciate it. Just waking everyone up with some good math facts. Thanks, buddy. Achilles number. Gotcha. That'll be going in the baby fund, Bashil. Thank you, buddy. I really do appreciate that. Settle on in. Come and join us. No need for any more Achilles numbers, okay? No more. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well... My situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. I've read about that earlier today. I'm going to piss you off by reading about it, chat. One sec. I know exactly what page it's on. I went to read it earlier, but it wasn't applicable. It should be in here. Nope, next one. Boom. The Corvos Narrow. The Corvos Narrow flows between Thavner and the continent of Ilsabard. If legends are to... Now, I've read this one before, and it's kind of funny. Bear with me. The Corvos Narrow flows between Thavner and the continent of Ilsabard. If legends are to be believed, the now ruined anchorite statue once loomed over the strait, a massive foot on each coast. Whatever the truth of the matter, rum-addled sailors are fond of using the phrase, scratching the crotch, to describe passage through these waters. Which I thought was kind of funny. Because of the statue which once would have straddled between... Anyway. The Allagans founded a city in the fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Aminus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Okay. Interesting. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allaganai no longer pass to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagai, I was given over to the custody of our friends and the students of Baldesion, who had registered me as a Sharlayan citizen. There we go. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted wives or waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity? I've never had to say that word before. Today I learned this word exists. We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Endy. More company should be arriving any moment now. It's perspicacity and not perspicacity? Shit, okay. I tell you what, it's another one of those words which just never comes up, but, you know, Final Fantasy somehow squeezes it in. Koji Fox, you thought you were done with English homework. It feels that way at times. It does feel that way. It comes up in The Simpsons? Who says it? Seymour? I feel like Seymour Skinner would say it. Is that right, Airborne? If I had to think of someone who said it. Lisa says it? I can't remember. I've not watched The Simpsons in a long time. Long time. Anyway, what else do I know of Corvos? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Galuf first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their Imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Okay. Interesting. There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events, if I can find anything to better inform the forum's baffling behavior. I love how you're reading a book, Dividus. Smart. I like that. Will they have found anything out, I wonder? Alright, this is a clip of Lisa Simpson saying the word.
I've got some textbooks, but without state-approved syllabi and standardized testing, my education can only go so far.
Oh, Lisa.
Maybe you should relax a little.
Relax?
Here it comes.
I can't relax, nor can I yield, relent, or... Only two synonyms? Oh my god! I'm losing my perspicacity!
Well, it's always in the last place you look.
Oh, God. I had no memory of that. I feel like I've watched that episode, but I did not remember her saying that. Simpsons during the golden age of The Simpsons is, like, untouchable. I referenced the episode where Homer says goodbye to his mum, and the credits roll as he sits on the back of the car and watches as day turns to night, and he watches the stars. It's one of my favorite episodes of The Simpsons. So good. Anyway, back to the game. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed, Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral Calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarok firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? Just, I at the minute, I can't quite figure out where they might have info on the final days. Either they know the location of Amarot and they were able to maybe go there and uncover some ancient knowledge which they've hidden away over here, potentially. Maybe there was a rogue Ascian who was like, hey, get your notepad and pen out, I'm about to hit you with some big info. Potentially Nunkref was a warrior of light and maybe spoke with Vanar and uncovered the secrets of what happened through Vanar, through Hydaelyn. I'm trying to think of any other way they could know. And the only reason I surmise it could be Nunkref is because we are told about him and the 12 Archons.
Grab your shield and
Zerpup,
sword.
thank you for the prime
Raise
sub.
them
Welcome
high
on in. Thank you very much.
To the night.
I'm glad you're enjoying your stay. Can we get some love and chat for Zerpup, please? Thank you very much, buddy. Final days. Amarot, Rogue Ascian, Nunkref, or maybe anyone who's been a part of Sharlayan, maybe being bestowed with the Blessing of Light, maybe having a connection with Hydaelyn, and maybe through her uncovering the secrets of the world. I can't think of any more for the time being. Unless maybe they... No, I don't know. Those are my three at the minute, I think. First things first, what kind of phenomena did the Ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. The worst kind of phenomena you can imagine. A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the Ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? I also wonder if, as time has gone by and as we have become more and more rejoined, and as we get closer to being complete, as it were, I wonder if we, and I suppose Grahar as well, considering we both have the same amount of soul fragments, right? We're both, at this point, 9/14. I wonder if Grahar and I possess a little bit of creation magic within us. There's a bit of a nod to that during Amarot, where they say that our ability to create is there, but it's diminished and you know, insignificant compared to those around us. You know? A density of our spirit. Yeah, I like that. I like that. More Valera, flop on in. Never thought I'd say that, but flop on in. Get in here. What will I say? The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Alphino, you can answer this one. The entire star was engulfed by disaster all at once. It started, though, in the distant metropolis. Okay, well, yeah, but did she ask when it began? Shit, did I get that wrong? What did she say? Oh, that preceded it. Ah, shit. I went on a tangent. I forgot what she said. Shit. I even followed it up by saying it started in the distant metropolis. I forgot the question. Oh, no. my credentials. I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, it was more of a gradual spread. The Amarotines spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before our region was visited by catastrophe. We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. They actually said it began in the distant metropolis, actually, so the ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, how would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned they knocked Talamud from the sky. I'd love to pick that. They summoned Zodiac. Thanks, Alphino. Is this some sort of quiz? What's going on here? Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. How is it 1 out of 3? 2 out of 3? How dare you? We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vanar and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. I summon Exodia? What is going on? 1 out of 3 fish moment, how dare you? Okay, let me have a quick chat with Alphino. What's he saying? Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, and that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope anyway. It really is comforting to have all of these dedicated assistants on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. Okay? Boop. I hope that doesn't get retconned in some way. Because I've really latched onto that. The fact that the final days didn't start here in Amarot, it started over there in that distant metropolis. That is where it began. And it felt to me like what Alphino said was maybe trying to, like, nudge away from that being the case. I don't know. Anyway, I can't talk too much about it. Did you know that you fight Armon in Crystal Tower? No way. Really? I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Geren oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on the shelf for any curious scholar to find. That's what I was saying, Y'shtola. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or councillors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet, when you confronted Master Fortuner with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. It's like Y'shtola's reading from my corkboards, chat. What's going on? Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh, great. It's a clone of him. It was discussed in the cutscene yesterday. Yeah, we don't, like... I don't know if you're explaining that to me. I hope not. You lay before what feels like an age as Y'shtola's research assistant. Hey, I'll gladly be Y'shtola's research assistant. Why not? Oh! Y'shtola's taking a keen interest in the books next to you, Dividus. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. She's been snooping in the corkboard closet? Gotcha, yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'm paying attention to the story. I remember fighting Armon back in the Crystal Tower, but obviously that Armon that we fought was the clone which was mentioned when Emmett says, send your clone to the Crystal Tower, before it was then, you know, fell into the earth. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? I found a few, yeah. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Nice. Hey, level up! Get in. There we go. Very nice. Okay, Alasay. A seat at the last stand. Alasay appears in desperate need of a study break. Ready for tea break, Andy? Ah, I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I'm in. Armon, who is that? I don't know who that is, Armo. Armon? Yeah, Cloud, I was going to ask about them too, but... Who's Emmett? Patty Cake, I agree. I agree. I run the Crystal Tower a lot, like the raid set, right? I have never won the hat. I've desperately tried to win it. Never won it. Trance, I like that. I like that. 10 points. Gomez, how are you, buddy? Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well. How are you? I've run it so many times already, make some time. And I will likely run it many more times to come. A quick update on my jobs, by the way. I've got 80 Paladin. Well, the ones at 80. Paladin, Dark Knight, Dragoon, Samurai, Reaper, Black Mage, Summoner, Scholar. Currently working on Dancer and Sage. I've been leveling up a little bit of my Monk. I'm going to try and level Monk, Warrior, Machinist, and Astro in Palace of the Dead when I can. I want to get that lovely level 80 mount, chap. I need my Amaro. I need my own Seto. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alasay is now accompanying you. Hey! We haven't got to do this since we first got here. Are there any... Nope. I was going to check to see if there was any bubbles on the map. It's a very nice mount, isn't it?
What? What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, and I respectfully request you look elsewhere.
You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised to end to all that we hold dear, and,
Wait. You're that House Leveilleur girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are, giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've naught to say to the likes of you.
Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Andy.
We're off to a great start, chap. Great start.
Tatami, hello. If I've missed anyone in chat, hi. I've been missing a fair bit of chat. Welcome. Lovely to see you all. Hermanjart. Hello, Hermanjart. My friends and I were just discussing the Marquis and the practice of black magic. Hey, here we go. Did you know that? Wait, is it morning already? How long have we been sitting here? No, you can talk about it. I'll happily listen. Aw, shit. Got all excited then, chat. Tenchi, hello. How are you today? I'm loving it. Endwalker so far, 10 out of 10. It's great. Welcome, step right in. If you've placed your order, find yourself a seat and we'll be along shortly. Okay, I'm chatting to all the wrong people. I'm just getting carried away. I'm just getting far too carried away, chat. Hildoir. Hello, Hildoir. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuneau that I was helping you... I see. Sorry to have bothered you. Ah, look, she's like eating Archon loaf and reading a book. That's a cool little animation. Ah, and she's got like a little coffee cup. I love all the set dressing. It looks so good. So good. Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Odyssey I see there? My word. How long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? Clearly not. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortuneau may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What? Like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this, apocalypse? Well, yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? I am indeed. Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I think that's a fantastic idea. I will happily adorn myself in the trappings of a waiter. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group, sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting on an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck! Okay. Should be easy enough. Cafe table. Hermanjart. I don't remember this name. I'm guessing this is for the tea set. Right. Tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely. Thank you. There we go. The Telophoroi? I'm sorry, but I've never heard of them. All their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay. Haha, Dace. Dear oh dear. Gisla, yours was the omelette.
Ah, finally. 2468. Let's dig in. No time to waste. I gave it my best shot. Ray, how did it go? What? The Talofaroy? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless... I can't speak. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Fantastic. Here is your... I was going to say that looked like one of you. It's Nova. Hi, Nova. I'm really tempted to go with the urbane banter with a smile. Yagitu, welcome. You did, but welcome on in now. Lovely to see you. Hopefully having a lovely day today. Hopefully you're doing well. I'm going to hit him with the banter chat. Boom. You don't need to butter me up, you know. I've already ordered one of the most expensive things on the menu. That's it. Okay. Never mind. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. That was underwhelming, wasn't it? The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off of his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world, procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlia. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the field, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Talofaroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be bouncing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Chat, I don't know if you remember last Friday, that guy on the bridge was looking out over towards the docks, and he made comment about how he'd never seen so many crates before. Checks out. And I think, because I've unlocked the ability to be a gleaner and do the leave quests, and they do mention how they're, you know, they're short on gleaners at the minute, for there are so many who are busy. As if they're stockpiling for, like, the nuclear winter. That's the way I'm perceiving it to be anyway. Getting their food stores topped up just in time for the final days. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Not quite. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon has nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. I think the guy on the bridge is just over here. Yeah. Is it this bridge or is it the one up? Yeah, Adel... Oh no, Abelard. Sorry, not Adelard. I simply adore sitting here and watching them unload cargo. Really gives you a sense of the Charlians' work ethic. Although I can't shake the feeling there are more crates than usual. There are quite a few here. Most of them are carting around crystals, though. We do know that Moonbreeder's mother and father are running, running around doing something on behalf of the Forum. And they themselves have, I can't remember the word they used, but the preeminent, the best when it comes to
ethereal contraptions and somewhat, you know, so on and so forth. I've never had lobster, ever. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Lovely. Lead authority, that's it. Pie, thank you. Not worth it, Mr. Gabs? Tastes like soggy fish. I think you're going to upset Dace. That is such a nice mug.
When our father disowned us,
I hope we get a custom
I couldn't
emote.
believe what I was hearing.
Okay, sorry, I'm talking about how cool the mugs look and how I could go for a coffee. I feel like it's going to get quite sad. Okay, chat. Buckle in. Here we go.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say.
These are some of my favorite moments in Final Fantasy XIV, where you just get to have a moment aside with a character and just really, like, dig into their emotions. I genuinely think it's some of the best parts of the game, are these moments here.
Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently.
It's understandable.
It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
I wonder where they could be going, chat.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Okay, okay, good. That's the name I saw yesterday. I don't have to beat around the bush anymore. I mentioned earlier I was picking up leave quests because I was trying to level up my miner, and it was like, you should go to Labyrinthos, and I'm like, oh shit. And not a big spoiler, thank God. It sounded like such a big spoiler though. My head was like, oh my goodness, is this like, is that the name of the metropolis? The Friends of the Amarotines? Like, I got really frustrated at myself. But when someone said earlier that we're all good, then it made me feel a lot better. But my head went to distant places. What is Labyrinthos then?
A vast complex beneath the island.
Whoa. I felt weird. It's as if she responded to me. A vast complex beneath the island. Chat, I'm just saying. That's not... It's not quite the Fallout shelter I'd imagined, right? Not quite the same.
Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
Wow! Oh, wow! What a fascinating idea! A living library!
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
And the guy on the bridge who mentions there's more crates than usual. It all comes together, chat. It all comes together.
I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Please, please let us go there now. A living library of fauna and flora. And how did she describe it? Charlene is famous for archiving knowledge around the world. Blah, 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 blah. Flora and fauna is housed and studied within that underground facility. Fascinating. A labyrinthine descent. Odyssey is excited to share your revelations. Holy shit, okay. We should tell the others that we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Oh my god, I've never seen her move so quickly. Fascinating. Okay, Labyrinthos. I'm so glad that it's something which we're, investigating now. I felt so awful yesterday, guys. Because it was such a silly thing to do. I picked up the ability to do leave quests, not understanding that, oh, maybe these leave quests will spoil zones. But yeah, I'm so glad. So glad. Erastos, were you back there? Erastos, were you back there? Hold on. Ah, that is you! I just, when I see blue names, I'm assuming, just random people. Buddy, get my friends this right now. Hello. You look very dapper. You got a lot of bling going on. I like it. You got your gold bracelets, you got your gold rings, you got your gold pearl necklace. Blimey. Multi-gillionaire Erastos over here. Buddy, you look great. Look awesome. Look like you're about to get down to some serious business, but it's Hawaiian t-shirt day in the office. I like it. If only you'd gone with the boys second, wouldn't have spoiled yourself at all. I know. I know. Erastos, I'm going to be moving on because I need to go hand it in. Turned out more like a coke dealer? You said it, not me. You said it, not me. Buddy, you look great. You're more than welcome to come join me if you'd like. Okay, let's go over here. There you go. Whew. Miami Vice, that's better. Yeah. Doesn't this... It looks beautiful around here. Like, the trees just look so good. How do you think Charlie and scholars stay up days at a time? Do you reckon there's like a proper big nightlife scene for the Charlian students? Where Alice and Alphino got really turned up, you know? That's what we're talking about, Airborne. Not this stuff. I'm not talking about this stuff. Since you're on light, which data center exactly was it? Odin. We're on Odin, Yigitu. That's not flour in Archon Loaf. The Archon Loaf is spiked with speed. Dividus. I don't blame you, buddy. I don't blame you. Feyra, you're on light Odin too? We may have run into each other at some point. My local assistant returns. What? How dare you refer to me as just your assistant, your loyal assistant. There is a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to, you found something, haven't you? Ishtola, come on. Welcome back, Andy. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? I have indeed. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Yeah, Z-City, yeah, Light Odin. Anyone and everyone's more than welcome to come hop in. Like, and, you know, pop on the stream or whatever. It makes sense.
The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Endi and Alcé learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. But yet, Father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw it fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. So not only do we have the Gleaners working on behalf of the Forum, again, we've got Moonbreeder's parents, who are leading experts in creating etherical devices, working on behalf of them too for some secret plan or secret mission. It must all tie together in some way. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. What should we expect down there? What should we expect down there? Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty book? That's Estinian speaking. I'll go with the middle one, because I genuinely want to know what to expect down there. All manner of flora and fauna is what Alcé mentioned. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. Okay, as for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's sit down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Calcia, no, I like it too. Like, in the wake of a game like Mass Effect, I think a lot of people, myself included, really like the idea of having that sort of reputation system where you can play your character how you want to play them. Fable, I guess, is like maybe another great example of it, where you can sort of make your character a bit of a knob or a nice guy, right? I like how that is a part of Final Fantasy, but it doesn't necessarily, affect like an overarching, reputation that you have as a character. But you can be cheeky when you want to be. And it's up to you to decide when that is, right? Building out your own character personality is nice. Yeah, exactly. Feyra, I will try and find you, if you should try to follow me. It's character seasoning, yes. Flavor, but good flavor. Yeah, I like that. Seasoning, flavor, yeah, I like it. They've got a Greg's down there? I'm in. Go-to at Greg's has got to be... I like a steak bake. This might be a really unpopular opinion, but I like their pepperoni pizza slices. I don't think it's like gourmet dining, but I love it. I think they're great. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alcé and try not to fall behind. Off we go then! Oh, immediately I went the wrong way. Oh, Alcé. This is a joke, right? Please tell me she speeds up. Oh, and this is the worst kind of escort, where they walk slower than the slowest you walk. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. One of the first escort quests I ever did. Now we run? Try to keep up? Okay. One of the first escort quests I ever did was in Red Ridge Mountains in World of Warcraft. Back in 2006. You go north of Lakeshire, and there's a cave nestled in the mountains. And you have to escort Marshal
Redpath? No, can't remember his name. Marshall something. And he walks, he stops, he walks again, then he runs and he walks. And it is the most debilitating, insufferable escort quest ever. Could be worse when walking is too slow and running is too fast. Yep. Vandar, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Okay. The Rostra. Not far now. Hey, look! They've named themselves after Jan Krepsen. That's the one, Pothy. That's the one, buddy. They did an homage to that in Battle for Azeroth in High Mountain. You escort an elderly High Mountain Tauren, I believe, and they purposefully make it the most irritating thing possible, where her eyesight is poor. So if you walk more than 2 feet away from her, she's like, "Oh, please come back. Where have you gone?" And she'll start walking backwards. Like, they did it to, like, upset the player, I'm pretty sure. I enjoyed it, though. I did enjoy it. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? Or it'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. It was infuriating on purpose, though. So, you can give them the benefit of the doubt. Tidemore, don't you dare. I did that one recently. It was infuriating. I'm nostalgic for Tauren. Okay. Okay. Oh, very nice. Mechtild. You knew. It'll take me a while to check all these, so you go on ahead. Again, look, more boxes. Loads of boxes. Lift operator. Now, seeing a lift side by side like that, and I think especially with the ornamentation, it reminds me of the lift near the beginning of Hollow Knight that is closed off to you at the start of the game that you have to unlock later. How did the Fawn... I was going to say the Fawn. How did the Forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? More to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the Forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. Welcome to the Hall of the Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there. Can I go down there, though, as just a normal citizen? As a normal, What am I? Visitor? Yeah, visitor. I'm trying to think of a more impressive word. I'm a visitor. Cutting in line? Dude, how's the weather? Reminds me of Rapture. Now, you mentioned the Champion of Eorzea hiss. I'm so annoyed. I wish I'd gone back to it. There is somebody, you know that cafe we were at earlier? There is somebody who refers to an article in the Gazette, and they say, oh, there's mention here of the Champion of Eorzea. Which just goes to show the lady who was doing check-ins, who called me out when she said, I'm pretty sure that's a self-appointed title. It goes to show it's not a self-appointed title, okay? And the other people do see me as the Champion of Eorzea. Just saying. They were a bit grumpy, I think. Anyway, we're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift, and down we go. Yeah, if you remind me, I'll go check it when we're back in Sharlayan, so I can show you the dialogue. Yagitu, maybe not, actually. Maybe not. Here we go. Labyrinthos.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Oh, wow! Whoa!
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Oh, I love the music. MSR, I dare you. I should have come here during the daytime, though. I can't bloody see anything.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Is it foggy as well? Why is it so dark? What is happening?
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
I see. Okay.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Okay. How deep does it go then?
Aren't those people gleaners?
Yeah.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Let's do it. What an awesome zone.
Ugh.
Oh? What's up, Cryle?
Did you call to me just now?
Whoa. No, I did not. What is going on?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Something's awry, chat. Something's awry.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Yeah, let's just gloss over that, shall we? Huh. I suppose that was Heidelin making contact with Cryle. What was said? Franlifin, I'm guessing that's how I get out. Chat, it's cloudy. Somehow. Underground. Lovely. Shit. Yeah, the weather is cloud. I mean, I know it's gonna be like, yeah, it's all artificial. Wait, are people playing Triple Triad down here? No, you just hang around the table. Aurora Sov Dividus, Bert Breeder, aka Cubic Pete. Laganthota. Or Laganthota? Oh, fresh face. That's a rare sight. How might I help you, newcomer? What do you do here? Simply put, my job here is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions, but the work's anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it. Odds are we have it. And all of that needs to be inspected. What kind of a place is this? This is Upper Akrinthos, Labyrinthos' primary storage facility for materials delivered via the lift. Here we identify and sort said deliveries before they're sent on to the Archaon or another facility for safekeeping. You might say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. Okay. Huh. Point me to what next needs delivering if you would be so kind. Let's see. Ah yes, these here if you wouldn't mind. bottles of wine, crystal, sacks of grain. Looks like coffee beans. Finborg. Not looking forward to transporting all of this, but I am looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. I'm sure you are. Sure you are. Dobbin. You want to know what I'm hauling? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I'll haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess got dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Did one a few summers ago. Depending on how many he would determine as a few, we could be speaking of a certain 7th calamity chat involving a certain Bahamut. The timeline would kind of check out, right? Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Any further info, Dobbin? As soon as the guild ship sent out the summons, I knew this would be a rough job. They're never calling us out of the blue for anything easy. Let me quickly go take in the view. Hey, his shoulders over here as well. That's cute. Whoa! Wow! Look at... Oh, no! Oh, shit. I thought I jumped off the edge. Perfect. I genuinely thought I was going to fall to my death. Chat, look! That was a kind of a risky jump, wasn't it? Look at that. Beautiful. Nah, I probably shouldn't look at the map yet. Yishtola, hello! Nay, I'm not shirking my duty. The hell is that behind me? Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age, and wished to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is naught obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquiries as usual. Dace, I couldn't see that well. I know I can't die from full damage. It's all good. I didn't want to fall off the edge and have to run back up. Here you go. I know a few people have mentioned this today. Boom. I'm repaired. Teve. Let me think. The rear seed should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snubbleberry 1060. Or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabalian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Teve has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. So 2023 was Lenosian topsoil, then 2024 was from Thanalan, or the Shroud. No, you didn't, Tidemore. No, you didn't. Guys, yes, you can technically die from full damage. Are we going to have a debate over full damage? Yes. If you're not in combat and you jump, you can only be reduced to 1 health point. If you're in combat, you will die. The reason I got... No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's such an inconsequential thing, I don't know why we're even discussing it. No, Nolato. I only just started as a gleaner, so I don't mind handling menial chores. Any experience is good experience, right? I'll do whatever it takes, so that one day they'll trust me with those veteran requests that take you all over the world. When I was stood at the edge, and I almost jumped off, it wasn't that I thought I was going to die, it's that I thought, oh, if I fall off, I've got to run all the way back up. And then when someone said, oh, you know you can't die, right? I said, yes, I know I can't die, because I'm not in combat. And if I fell, I would have landed on 1 health. When someone said, but you can die, not here, I can't at the minute. I'm not in combat. Okay, Erenville. You help to give, wait, what? You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates, and now I have a pack of mammoths running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Those little devils are... I can't turn off sound effects. Those little devils are quick as sin and twice as hard to catch. I suppose I'd better start searching. Okay. You can die from losing a triple triad match. This is very true. I'll just say. Fascinating. But could we go back to what you were saying earlier? Okay, not very... Doesn't add a lot, does it? Alphino, excuse me, are you a gleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. I don't think I'm going to find out anything here. Meander. This is for Aporia. This is for Thormazane. Screenshot. Take note of those names, chat. I think I've spoken with every NPC. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. It's now midnight in-game, by the way, so it's going to be a while until it's daytime again, and we can get some sunlight in here. Any luck, Andy? What tales did the Gleaners have to tell? Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Take them. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. So... my theory that maybe Fortuno and the Forum and the members of Sharlayan were potentially putting together some sort of fallout shelter doesn't feel that far from maybe what is happening. I don't know if anyone here has ever watched... oh, no. Shit, I can't bring it up. There is a film that will remain unnamed. But there is a film where somebody is trying to deliver in this post-apocalyptic world a book. If you've watched the film, don't name the film. I'm trying to be really candid about it. Cloud, have you watched it? Great film. I don't know if you've watched it or not. Anyway, it's like this post-apocalyptic, war-torn world, and this guy's got a book, and he needs to deliver it to this location where they are essentially trying to create this emporium, as it were, of knowledge. For in this post-apocalyptic world, the most valuable asset is knowledge. Yeah, the name of the film came up in chat. It's too late. If you saw it... no, I said don't bring up the name of the film. I'm trying to be coy. Shush. No need to name the film. It's that one important book. Yeah, you got it. It kind of reminds me of what's going on here. Right? A little bit. I'm not saying that the devs were like, wow, that's a great film. Let's copy it. I actually want to know the film now. I've never watched it. I'll go on Discord right now. I'll post it in the media section. I'll spoiler tag it. The film I'm talking about is Finding Nemo. Oh, it's not. Definitely give it a watch. There you go. If you want to know the film, I've chucked it in the media bit on Discord. I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to spoil the film. Anyway, go check it out. It's great. If it does, Marvel, I wouldn't know. No, I don't think so. Shrek 3, actually, I don't remember its name, but I know which one you're talking about. Avatar: The Last Airbender, the film. Leonix, it's more that like, what I've mentioned is slightly a spoiler. So people, I don't know, I've kind of messed myself up. My spoiler policy has come to bite me in the ass, really. I don't want to spoil the film. I've kind of spoiled a little bit by talking about what I've said so far. Anyway, long story short, A center of knowledge in a post-apocalyptic world where knowledge is the most valuable asset, where the character has to travel across the world in order to deliver this one last remaining copy of this book to this center of knowledge. Kind of feels similar to what's going on here. Less Fallout and Fallout Shelter, more that, if you've watched the film. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on it, because, again, I'm talking about something not everyone knows about, but yeah, I've mentioned it in Discord. Moving on, Kryl. Glorified rat catcher. Kryl appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Endy, I have an idea. The one with... Yes, Dapper Sloth, that's the one. That's the one. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you help him and capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Okay, I'll help him. Let's give it a go. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Smangler, all good. I'm probably being silly in how I'm trying to go about it. Like, I don't know, I don't want to talk about it too much and then to give the name away and then spoil the film for people, but then again, maybe I should have just said the movie name. I don't know. I've been weird about it, probably. Oh well. Anyway, Erenville. You should help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nanshan marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I have not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Okay. So be it. Yeah, Smangler, all good, buddy. All good. I was trying to not mention the film's name, because I kind of spoiled... I've spoiled some plot for it. I don't know. I probably should have just said the name of the film. It's too late. I've beaten around the bush too much. Imagine the Warrior of Light canonically died to a badger. Hello, Grizzled Mouse. Oh, hello, Hunting Coyote. You like Erenville? Is Erenville a fan favorite? Is he everyone's favorite Gleaner? A lot of people have been getting quite excited about old Erenville. Grizzled Mouse. Squeak! It's the best I can do. It's the best I can do. Barely have you readied the sack when the Grizzled Mouse scampers off into the underbrush. He's handsome. He's a bun boy. He's greatly appreciated. S-tier bun boy. He's the first and only male Viera NPC you run into. I see. Okay. I was getting worried that he was like a really important character to the plot and you'd all done the Emmett thing when Emmett first appeared. Secretly, and everyone was like, oh, Emmett, I love you so much. Okay, good. Okay. A beautiful bun boy. Important because unique. Rafan, no, true. It just there's been moments in the game where a pretty nondescript character who has no relevance in the plot at the time, a lot of people just go wild for. And I'm like, wait a second. Why are we getting all excited over this nondescript character? Only for them to come back in the next expansion and they're really important. And I'm like, oh, okay. I see. A great example, well, maybe the best example, was when we did A Realm Reborn and we ran into Graha Tia for the first time, and people went ballistic. And, like, were crying in chat. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp once before disappearing into the... Oh, okay, never mind. Back I go. Aaronville is like Runar, just there to show off the new race. Gotcha. Oh, because was in... Hold on, wait. So, Shadowbringers was, female Viera, and then male Viera were Endwalker. I'd forgotten they weren't released at the same time. That's right. Gotcha. I've only ever known them both to be in the game, so I'd completely forgotten that they were maybe, like, launched separately. 7.0 will probably do the same with female Hrothgar. When is the FanFest is coming up in, like, a month, isn't it? I'd love to talk, like, let me get the ether current first. I'd love to talk, like, theories with you all and, like, what you're hoping to see at FanFest. But I feel like that's a slippery slope that we might not easily come back from. Because obviously I'm not privy to, you know, what happens in Endwalker, what the plan is, what's happening next. Do you think they'll show off female Hrothgar? That's the question. Do you think they're going to show them off at the first FanFest? Chip. And do you think you'll be getting your first tease of the new jobs? More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack. Perfect. Also, yes. Interesting. I remember in Aura with a new race back in Heavensward, people lost their mind. I think if I played it back then, I'd have been very excited at the introduction of Aura. I quite liked the Draenei in Warcraft, because I got to play a human that wasn't quite a human, but was still a human. And Aura is kind of the same thing. Where I'm a human, but I'm also a little something more, you know? I like that. One tease with the expansion reveal. Full trailer will show the second job. Okay. I mean, see, this is where it's tough for me, because I'd love to say, what do you think is going to be the next job? But that next job might be, I don't know, related to the plot in some way. But I mean, I guess it couldn't be that much. Like, what's everyone hoping to see in terms of new job? We've spoken before about geomancers. Geomancers. Because we're missing a caster, right? Because you got to imagine Blue Mage doesn't count, right? You can't include Blue Mage in that. So maybe a new magical ranged, a new physical ranged? That would make the most sense. Or, if you were to take it in terms of melee and ranged, you've got 6 ranged, 5 melee, and we've just had Reaper added. So, yeah, it's got to be ranged, right? Yoshi has stated that they want to do more original jobs from here on out, which is why we got Reaper and Sage and Endwalker. Oh, are Reaper and Sage not in any other FF game? Tank and Caster is my guess. Huh. See, I'm sad about that, because I'd have loved to have seen a new melee DPS. After fighting the Spectral Berserker during 5.3, I just really want to have like a big hulking melee two-handed DPS job. You know? But I know Reaper's melee, so we can't get it again. That's what I mean. That's why I'm sad about it. I'd have loved a Berserker, you know? Gotcha. A spear and shield tank. That could be interesting. Physical ranged and caster are different due to raid rolls. I see. The one thing which I've noticed, and I think we've spoken about in chat before, is that ninjas are the only ones who can wear... It's not scouting, is it? Is it scouting? Someone will know. Aaronville, how did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here they are. Is scouting. Hey! Look at that. I'm learning, chat. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked with you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who had us working day and night of late. The honourable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served as dinner today or tomorrow. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. So in other words, I need something which is going to be easy for them to look after and eat in their fallout shelter. There you are, Andy. Hello, Alice. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, my friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryle of the Students of Baldesian. Those others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Huh. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Not much. Other than the fact that it's the Forum. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. Huh. The fact that it's linked with the Telophoroi makes me wonder then, if it's less information gleaned from maybe the ruins of Amarot, or otherwise of like, you know, a recount almost of what happened back in Amarot in the final days the first time around, and more so, have they been made privy to some form of prophecy? Again, I read out the excerpt from the Encyclopedia Eorzea, which speaks of another prophecy about the end of days, which is why the Pale Rider stalks the hills in the Dravanian hinterlands. So there's potential for there to be another world-ending calamity prophesized in maybe one of their scriptures somewhere, you know? Hey, make some time, have a lovely time. Hopefully it goes well. Thank you for being here. Okay. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaeon? From there we can reach the lower... Again. Kryle, what's wrong? I'm fine. Truly, the sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. What is going on? At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. What is going on with Kryl? Hey, the daytime theme is here. Yagitu! Got my friends list right now. Boom. Boom. Oh! I love this! It's so quirky and so different to anything else we've heard. Frog step. Cinched, I like that. I like that. Okay. And there's the artificial sun. Hold on, can I G-pose at it? Wow. This is not at all I imagined the soundtrack to be here. Wow, what an awesome zone. Again, I've enjoyed MMORPGs and RPGs and open world games for a very long time. I think there's only like a couple of occasions or a couple of games that I can think of where they've made a zone like this. And this is by far and away the best looking out of all of them. Amazing. I love it. Okay. Hello, gang. How are we doing? This is the foremost material archive on Sharlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. I don't like that, Kryl. I don't like that we're glossing over it. What are you caught in the midst on your way here? The sprayers keep their air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Behold the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In the manner of speaking, the Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Okay. Deeper into the maze, Alphino is gazing into the Archaeon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Chat, you can't see it yet, but on my minimap, I spy a triple triad encounter. Don't say, oh no. You love it. What do you mean? Look, there it is. Triple triad. Boom. Just a taste. Just a taste. Card spoilers? Does anyone know if it is a card spoiler? Oh, okay. That's the one thing that's gonna stop me from maybe having a chat with them. Yes. Can I help you? Shush the baby. Shush. Wait. Shushutabi. Oh. Ah, shit. It's not shush the baby. Shush. Shushutabi.
Yes. Can I help you?
What do you do here?
I'm an archivist at the Archaeon. I inspect all that is sent here to be stored and judge the threat they may pose. From cursed relics to disease-bearing creatures, we have some extremely hazardous materials. Such specimens must be kept securely sealed.
And what kind of a place is this?
This is the Archaeon, a structure built for the purpose of safely and securely housing all manner of specimens, both animate and inanimate. I'm getting tongue-tied. Inanimate. Together with the literary archive of the Numenon, it houses much of Charlian's gathered knowledge, a veritable treasure trove of mankind's accumulated wisdom. I feel like I literally just heard the same thing from Alphino. Anyway. Shh, baby. Dear, oh dear. Hey, Sign is here. I love your glamour, Sign. You look so good. Oh. Hello. Hi. There's no spoilers here? Okay. Time check. I did just hear Mrs. D20 come home. I'll do a little bit more. We'll do a little bit of triple triad. Ah, Yigitu's already here. I spotted a triple triad. Sounds lovely. I can use the cards I stored here. Unfortunately, I couldn't find instructions for the game itself, so you'll have to teach me as we go along. If by teach you, you mean absolutely wreck you, then yeah, sure thing. Here we go. Prepared to watch a murder, chat. Mr. Dragon. Yeah, okay. Right. Shit. When I said expect a murder chat, what I meant to say was, I'm about to get wrecked. No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I hope. Right, okay. My best bet at this point, I think, is just to hold up the top left corner. Hisui, Kurenai. Boom. We should be fine. Alright, one more. Honest to God. Well, sorry. Honest to the 12, last one. Here we go. Just one more. Belladonna. Boom. Get wrecked, Belladonna. Calcabrina. Okay. Slightly awkward, but this is fine. Yep. Okay. I think we're fine, chat. Yeah, there you go. Last one. Last one. There we go. Got the troll, chat. Alas, it appears I've lost. I wonder if there aren't some better cards stored here somewhere. Perhaps I'll ask my colleagues if they have any to trade. There we go. Oh no, that's the Sahagin card. That's a Succubus card. Troll card. There you go. I might have a few in my inventory, chat, that I've not used in a while. I can chat with you also. I'm switching out materials that have been reclassified, but it seems some have been imbued with protective charms to prevent theft. I'll have to be careful. Ah, yeah. Look at that. Very interesting filing cabinet that you open by turning the crank. That's cool. It's like one big security deposit box room, like in the back of a bank. Archaeon Custodian, hello. How are you? Hey, Pirogo in the background. I see him. Looking cute. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesion, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Okay. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. Okay. By that time, it'll be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let's step outside for the moment, shall we? We shall. I like how we say it all within earshot of the custodian. Students of Baldesion. Why is that important? Alpha no. The Forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit. The medial circuit lies one tier below us. Okay, right. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to peruse this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Tea Leaf, we shall see you Thursday. Thank you for being here. Mika Skysong, thank you for the follow. Rain, hello. How are you today, buddy? Okay, let's chat with the folk. Where are they? Bemused student. Whew. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaeon. Even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around tranquility. And so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oh. Squeal, squeal. Okay. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaeon is open again. Can I chat with you further? At first we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories, but when we reported our find to the student room, they were just as dumbfounded as we were. If it truly is a newly discovered species, we could have our names appear in the Gazette. I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is. Okay. Bone-weary worker. Okay. It's me, they've caught me. Hello there, bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay, I'll go have a chat. I shall go and inquire. Please, even talking is an effort. Go and bother that gleaner I told you about. Okay. Right. Hey, it's you guys. Chatbert. Chartbert. And another Pirogo. Dear, oh dear. Okay, let's go find this gleaner. Chadbert. Easy. Oh, dear. Charlian naming conventions are super weird. I kind of like it, though. It adds to, like, the allure of it all. And the magic. And unknown, you know, quantity of it all, I suppose. Wait, can I go in here? I don't know if I can go in the tower. BGR Fur. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. No, I don't go in the tower. I don't go here. Okay. I'm in the wrong location. There we go. Erinville. Oh, it's Erinville. Hello. Quiet. I'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud kid I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. The one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive call. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Hey, are we making use of the, aiming mechanic? The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Now, I would love nothing more than to have the shoebill come back. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the hornbill and use the blowgun. What was it? Look for the green bird which calls. It's this one, isn't it?
No, that goes whack, whack. Cuckoo. Caw, caw. I don't know why. I felt like I had mild color blindness, and I thought it was blue for a second, which is why it took me so long to click. I was like, is that blue? It was green. Who remembers the blue dress debacle that stormed the internet some 7 years ago? It was blue. It wasn't white and gold. It was blue. Anyway. Hello, Erinville.
A fair shot.
Hey, he's voice acted? That is not the voice I was expecting.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Okay. Oh, I love the VA.
I thank you for your continued pledge to the knighthood.
Dancing Mango! Welcome back. Your second month. Thank you for the prime sub. I greatly appreciate it. Can we get some love and chat for Dancing
There
Mango,
you are.
please?
Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
Capture a hornbill, yep.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
We're moving him, aren't they? Reorganization.
Oh,
At least that's...
it's a simple thing, really.
Oh, he's come to explain.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising.
Okay.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
I accidentally skipped. He said we can't simply let them loose. I leaned on the, my numpad. Anyway.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
Okay.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
The fact that there's a aetheryte crystal down there tells me that we might be going down there at some point.
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
You got to think about, like, the parallel between this Labyrinthos and what they do here and Azisla. There's definitely some parallels. They're not one and, you know, it's not one-to-one exactly the same, but you can definitely draw comparisons between the two. Yeah, I'd love to try and do an Icelandic accent for them, but I think it would be, like, I don't think I can do a good Icelandic accent, and I think if I were to try, it would come across as almost offensive in how bad it would be. So that's why I'd try not and do it. Maybe I'll practice an Icelandic accent and give it the proper respect it deserves, but I don't think I can do one right now.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
Indeed.
Thank you, Lord Carf. Thank you for the £5, buddy. I greatly appreciate that.
Lord Carf cheered X5. Call me Starlink Suvu now JK finally ND in 1080 XD.
Ah, you got your Starlink set up, have you, Lord Carf? Well done, buddy. What's your download speed like? I bet it's pretty quick. Welcome on in, Lord Carf. Thank you for the £5. I really do appreciate it. Had to learn Icelandic accent for a performance. You can do it. The thing is, like, I quite enjoyed learning accents, kind of, because I play a lot of D&D and I'm like the dungeon master. So in order to sort of diversify the roster of characters, I'll try and learn different accents, but it's different doing it on Twitch, where maybe it can be perceived as maybe offensive if I do a bad job. But I think Icelandic is close enough to where I'm at that I can probably get away with doing it without maybe offending if I can practice it. I'll give it a go, Sajimir. I'll give it a go.
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
Okay.
I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Oh my god. It's happening. Chat, we're doing it. Mericidia. Come on. We rescued Tiamat in 5.54. Wait. 5 point something. Was it 0.5? Shit, I don't even remember anymore. I think it was 0.5. We rescue Tiamat in 5.5. We reunite with Vritra over there in Radzat-Han. Come on, it's happening. We need dragon scales in order to protect ourselves from the influence of these towers. Where better to go than Mericidia? Oh my goodness! Oh shit. It's all happening, chat. It's all happening. Mega Majig, thank you for the 255 bits. I greatly appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. Boom. Screenshot that.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the forum's plans.
Gotcha.
Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
You've rewarded me enough, Erenville. I will take the L on the Fallout shelter theory if it means we're going to Mericidia. Thank you. You've done more than I can put a price on.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels.
I mean, you could also do that. Yeah, I suppose so. Why not? Jorthal, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome on in.
And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift.
Ah, shit.
I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
So we'll need to find something to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing?
Oh.
If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Maybe?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Okay.
Hey. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Redacted for you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Bid you good day. Oh, chat.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's
Okay.
go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Let's go take a look. I knew that nod. There we go. So, in 5.5, we free Tiamat. In 6.0, during our visit to Thavner and Radzat Han, we find out, oh wow, dragon scales, due to their etheric density and potentially other, you know, benefits, when worked upon by the alchemists within Thavner, can be used to create talismans in order to nullify the effects of these towers. We then get a little hint that maybe Sharlayan is planning to migrate to Mericidia. And we get to run into Vritra, another one of Midgard's Sormir's brood. What is Tiamat doing? Is Tiamat over there waiting for us? Ready to throw a welcoming party? Oh, chat, my brain is running wild. It's coming. Mericidia is coming. Redacted for you, welcome on in. I did see your message. Thank you very much for the kind words. I'm having an absolute blast at the minute with Endwalker. Obsessive Hobbit, welcome as well. Lovely to see you. I love the name. I'm having an absolute blast with Endwalker at the minute. Absolute blast. I have so many thoughts, feelings, theories. I'm in love with this game. I really am. I've never played a game quite like it. It is not just a step above anything I've played before. It's multiple steps. It's amazing. I hate to say it, Andy, but it gets even better. McShuggles, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Or some artificial rain. Okay. And some cloud and fog over yonder. Lovely. Yeshes, yeah, we had a good discussion about that the other day. And I'll boil it down into like a really quick sentence. And that is, there was a time not long ago, maybe like, I say not long ago, the past 10 years I've watched as my favorite genre, which is the MMORPG, feels as if it's been on a slow decline, you know? The MMO genre, the MMO space, felt like it was sort of dying out, you know? No new MMO was coming out and, like, getting massive traction behind it. The closest thing was Lost Ark, but even that, you know. But the only one which has sort of defied the odds over the past few years has been Final Fantasy XIV. And at first, I mean, I did play it a little bit. I mentioned before, and I skipped the story, and I got to, like, the end of A Realm Reborn, having skipped absolutely everything, and I thought, well, I've missed out here. I'll play it again in the future, and I won't skip. And then some years go by, and then I finally get around to playing it again, and actually not skipping. And holy shit, it's amazing, you know? But it's more than just a story. Like, the story in this game is phenomenal. Can you hear that in the background? Luna's chewing a ball with like a squeaker in it, and it is so loud. It's all I can hear. Could you hear her? I don't know if you could or not. You can? Okay. You can? Okay, shit. It's very quiet in the background if you can hear it. Luna's my 3-year-old golden retriever. She's downstairs having a whale of a time. But Final Fantasy, not only is the story phenomenal, like I've played 4, I think, Final Fantasies, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And they've all been great stories, but, you know, the story in this game isn't just the best of Final Fantasies. It is, like, the best story I've ever played in any video game ever, and I mean that. Bar none. Like, I've never been this attached to a world. I've never been this attached to the characters. If you've watched my 5.3 video, the emotion I felt when Hythlodaeus summons Zem's crystal before me, and I'm reading the words, saying them out loud, my body just felt such a rush of emotion that no game has ever made me feel. Ever. And that is... I can't put words to that. It's unlike anything. It should be illegal to make a game this good. It's insane. It's so easy to get emotionally invested in this game's story. It's so damn good. Yeah, tell me about it. Like, I'm not a very emotional person. I do feel emotion very strongly, but like I don't show it. This game has made me not only feel it, but show it on multiple occasions, right? It's such a shame people don't get to experience 14's story because they won't play an MMO. And the thing is, you can play this game without ever needing to dabble or tap into the MMO aspects. Like, ever, right? I cried so much when Emmett died, I literally had a headache. That's so sad, June. Nearly all FF games are very story-driven. I'm glad you replayed afterwards. It's slow at first, but as it gets further into the story, it's just very emotional. Not even just emotional. It's such a rich world. And this is what I was trying to explain about my love of A Realm Reborn, is while A Realm Reborn definitely drops the ball on a few moments and a few occasions, by the end of A Realm Reborn, I care so much about the world. Like, I really do care about all of the characters by the end of A Realm Reborn. And, you know, compared to now, you know, it pales in comparison, but in the moment, I really did care about the characters, even way back then, you know? The trials are such a big obstacle for some people. I went through all 100 stages of grief. It's sad seeing a lot of players to get Zoomer and won't read the dialogue. Yeah, like, that's the thing, though. So many people are like, oh, A Realm Reborn's shit, you know? Get the Shadowbringers where it gets really good. And then I think some people misinterpret that as, oh, I will skip everything until I get the Shadowbringers. But in doing that, it's like skipping to the 4th book in, you know, a book series, as it were. Like, instead of reading the first 3 books, which paint the picture and build the world and do the foreshadowing and world building and all that stuff to perfection, you just dive in at book 4, and you've got no idea who the characters are, you don't know what's going on. You need to play those, you know, first expansions and A Realm Reborn in order to appreciate it fully, right? Tenchi, I know. It's wild. Unheard of. Exactly, Dapper Sloth. But then some people misinterpret it, right? And they're like, oh, I'll just get the Shadowbringers and enjoy it there. And the thing that blew my mind the most when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV after having played Warcraft for like a great big portion of my life is most MMOs, you get a story which spans an expansion. At the end of that expansion, it's almost as if what just happened isn't relevant and you go on to something else, right? Take what Warcraft did with the Burning Crusade. It's like, let's go to Outland and defeat Illidan. And then the next expansion is like, we didn't even go to Outland. We didn't even deal with Illidan. We're now going to go to Northrend and kill Arthas the Lich King. And then it's like, oh, doesn't even matter. There's now a dragon to go contend with. Like, it's all disconnected and disjointed. And what blew my mind was at the end of A Realm Reborn, when you get the post-credits cutscenes, and it's like, oh, the Empire are still doing things. The Ascians are still a threat. What's going on? Are they going to be relevant in the next expansion? And then they are. And then at the end of Heavensward, wait, the Empire, the Ascians, Primals, are they going to be relevant in store? You get the idea. Like, that to me is something which is so uncommon in an MMORPG, but I think makes the game so amazing, in that it all ties together in such a wonderful, beautiful way, right? Exactly, Redacted. Exactly. And the foreshadowing thing is why I like taking notes and making my corkboards, is because the game rewards you for, you know, paying attention and theorizing yourself. Is that actually most MMOs or just WoW? I would say it's most MMOs, of the ones I've played at least. I feel like EverQuest did it as well. EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2. Guild Wars 1 kind of did that. Guild Wars 2, I've not played the expansions of Guild Wars 2, but of like the big ones that I've played, yeah, that seems like the overarching thing, is to just like not necessarily invalidate a previous expansion, but look to the future and not really necessarily relate back to what happened before, unless it's like a return of a character, less a story being built over the course of a decade, which is what 14's done, right? The medial circuit, which Erenville mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Erenville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I don't know if Kryl is being cheeky, because it's quite an obvious hole, isn't it? Quite an obvious cave. Guild Wars 2 does it as well. This must be it. What sword? Proudmore, don't. Don't you dare. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we'll need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. And chat, not to be an absolute tease, but time has come for me to end and go get dinner. I'm already like half an hour late. My bad. Game's too good. Have I got that thing there? Yeah, I do. Okay, I will return to Old Charlian to log out there. Guild Wars 2 does that as well? I feel like Guild Wars 2 builds on the previous expansion, but it doesn't enforce its timeline like FF, so you miss things by skipping expansions. I see. I see. But yeah, chat, we are live tomorrow, but I'm playing Tis the Kingdom. You are, of course, allowed to join in, but I fully understand many of you are just MSQ vampires. So I will see you MSQ vampires on Thursday, and I will see the rest of you tomorrow for that. Am I going to be playing 16 at all? I will, but it'll be probably a month or two after it comes out. Probably when I'm done with Endwalker, I will look to play Final Fantasy 16 then. I think that's the plan. I'm not going to play the demo, I don't think, Pi. I don't think I'll be playing that. Biscuit, all good. All good. Yeah, chat, all good. Hey, don't have to explain yourselves. I know a lot of you just want to watch the MSQ. It's all good. I'm not having a go. But I'll see you guys then. I'm just letting you know that I'm not here tomorrow to play 14. But yeah, 14 will resume Thursday. I'm going to hopefully, fingers crossed, get my 6.0 corkboards uploaded to YouTube by then. I will say, if you don't want to wait and you've not checked already, go and have a look at Friday stream from last week. Half an hour into the stream, you can find my corkboarding for Endwalker, if you want to watch it before then. Anyway, chat, I'm going to go. I think we're going to have chili tonight. I think that's the plan. Chili con carne with a baked potato, I think. I think that's what's on the docket. Dubnari!
Oh, hi, happy Tuesday.
Dubnari, I'm now going. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dubnari, thank you for the 2 months of support. Can we get some love and chat for Dubnari, please? Chat, thank you again for hanging out today and having good fun with me. I'm loving Endwalker, and the fact that Mericidia is now more likely to happen. We met Vritra today. Valshan is Vritra. Oh my goodness, I'm reeling from some of the reveals we had today. Amazing. I cannot wait to see what happens next. Cannot wait. Mericidia, maybe? Maybe? I'll have to wait and see. Anyway, chat. Have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. Have a lovely Wednesday if I don't see you. And I know some people say they can't watch for spoilers. I get it. All good. And yeah, the rest of you, I'll see you on Thursday. Have a lovely rest of your day and Wednesday and whatever. Anyway, I can't speak. My brain is melting. Again, much love, everybody. You're all amazing. You're all magical. And you are loved. Is that cringe? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it is. But I don't mind. I'll be cringe. Pizza, Tatey Bread. See you later. Tatey Bread, might I recommend changing your name to Archon Bread? Anyway, goodbye, everybody. Mwah.